Walian of Got a Well of a Tell, aka Walian Tells, um, mainly because I couldn't use that URL. And I am here breaking kayfabe just to give a little introduction to this video. As y'all know, astrology is one of my special interests. It's one of my current I don't want to say obsession, that's a little bit of a strong word, but it's just something I've been researching lately and is often on my mind. And I thought that it would be really fun to make a video about my Saturn return experience and also use it as a bit of an introduction. I've shared quite a bit over the internet, over the internet, but over the course of these various years, um, I have many different interests and many different things I just generally want to talk about and explore more. So I thought this video would be a nice way to kind of ease into that a little bit. I'd like to do more things with this channel. I mean, I made it for a reason. I just haven't quite gotten around to sharing on it yet. But this hopefully will be the first video of many where I will be, just sharing my interests generally. I mean, it's called Got a Well of a Tell. Yes, I did get that from the song from 2000, no, I'm sorry, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, the Disney movie version. Honestly, one of my favorite songs. That's besides the point. But as the channel says, I'm a storyteller. I love stories. Um, and I feel like sharing stories is very fun. And to me, sharing my experiences and the things I'm into, and just like the things I'm researching and studying, and even the things I'm practicing, and just generally my various interests. To me, that is also a part of storytelling, because that's part of the story of me, you know. So, with that in mind, I won't hold y'all for long because this is already gonna be quite a long video. I actually recorded the video, and then made my intro this, um, because I knew it was gonna be long, and y'all know I just be saying stuff, so I wasn't quite sure what exactly I would even have to uh address in the intro, or like what I should say that won't already be in the video, so I'm doing this now. This is technically me from the future. um a few, maybe more like a couple days after, maybe a few, some days after I've actually recorded my initial Saturn return video, the one that you guys will be watching. Um, but all that to say hi, how you doing? Nice to meet you if you're new here. If you're not, nice to see you again. Or even if you've just, seen me around, you may have seen links to this and you're like, okay, what's that about? This is something different than what she normally does. It's good to see you again. I hope you're doing well, whether or not you're new to the channel or not. Um, I will have to, I'll give some warnings. We are going to talk about some sensitive topics. Saturn deals in many difficult themes, many difficult, uh, topics are under the purview of Saturn. So if you, aren't quite in a place where you can, hear about things like suicide, suicidal ideation, death, death of loved ones, death of pets. Trying to think, what else? Uh, I, actually, I won't say that. I mean, actually, honestly, yeah, if you're also not a fan of the occasional tangent, again, I am a bit of a yapper. I do like to yap. So if you are not one to enjoy being whisked away on a story in the midst of a discussion, um, even if you're looking for like very hardcore, strict astrology, like we're going to be reading charts and talking about, the different significations and meanings and getting really into depth about that. That's not happening here either. This is a more casual affair. Um, Trying to think, what else? I think that's it. I think those are the things. If those are perhaps things you don't quite want to watch, or things you can't quite handle, then perhaps this isn't the video for you. um I will put oh yeah, also peril, children in peril. um I that comes up, and that might, well, actually, does it? Actually, I might have edited that out. But again, I'll be talking about life. I'll be talking about my life. And, life is, not easy going for most people. So, some things will come up. And if those aren't things you want to, listen to right now, then I'll try to put timestamps for when things become mentioned. But the way I'm gonna do it, because again, this is a long video, and trying to find like specific points to like label everything will be a bit difficult. I am one person. I don't have an editor or anything like that, clearly. I am filming this on my phone. But I'll put like the initial point where I mention things, because the way this video will go, things become brought up periodically. Like once I mention something, I kind of, return to it. I don't go into details with anything. Um, Things are just mentioned. So if just the mentioning of things and the mentioning of certain uh situations can be triggering for you, or uncomfortable, or even if you just don't want to hear about it. That is something to keep in mind. I'll try to be good about timestamps for honestly most things, because again, this is a long video, so hopefully there'll be hopefully there'll be timestamps for like the different sections of the video, of course trigger warnings, or I'll say content warnings. Some of the content warnings, because they're not necessarily all triggers, unless, I don't know, people are getting loud, or well, that can't be a trick for people, um this is a very personal video. Again, kind of breaking the fourth wall here, in more ways than one. But this ultimately was a very fun video to work on. Again, this is kind of going to be one video of many. Um, I will be doing a Saturn in Aries series, over the course of Saturn being in Aries, which we'll get into the details of that when Saturn is in Aries. But just letting y'all know now, there will be a stream for that, and um, I'll of course save that stream and post it out to video I've said that a lot, but it's gonna happen with this one. I think I finally figured out how to get that to work. um, let's see. Uh, yeah, honestly, after this video goes up, that would kind of kick off everything else. I am really enjoying learning about astrology. Um, any other students of astrology out there, let me know. Let's I'm gonna say link up. That's a little bit let's chat. I don't necessarily want to go to any meet and greets, but it would be nice to discuss these things um, and learn together, which ultimately is the purpose and point of this channel and a lot of what I do share and do online, especially in regards of astrology. This is all just, learning and applying, uh, applying what I'm learning to life. That is ultimately the point of this video. Um, so yeah, without further ado, this hopefully is not too long. And I don't feel like recording another one. So really, this is gonna be it. This is gonna be it. Let's get into it. I'll see y'all in the past. Saturn in Pisces, my experience, aka I survived my Saturn return, and so can you. Hello, my name is Walian, as you well may know already. Hopefully, if I'm doing this right, I've already had a little intro before this, but just in case you just wanted to skip ahead and get straight to the meat and potatoes, uh, I'm Walian, aka Thug Batman, aka Bryce Wayne, Wagon. It depends on how my dyslexia is working that day. Um, Today we're going to be talking about Saturn and Pisces, but specifically my Saturn and Pisces experience. I do have Saturn and Pisces in my chart. So technically during this Saturn and Pisces transit, I've been experiencing my Saturn return. And while yes, I understand it might seem a little early to already be celebrating and talking about it, we only have a few more months coming up where Saturn will finish out its time in Pisces before it completely decides to stay in Aries for a little bit. But I thought, why not talk about it now? I figure, I figure it can't hurt to discuss some of the themes and lessons I've experienced and the things I've observed happening during this transit uh, a little bit before it's completely finished out. Um, if you're new to my channel, hi. If perhaps you've come here from other places, nice to see you here. If perhaps this is your first time ever interacting with this channel, but that voice sounds a little bit familiar. That person seems a little bit familiar. You may have seen me elsewhere on Instagram under Whaley and Delights, or even on Blue Sky as Thug Batman there, or even my Twitch where I sometimes talk about astrology as well as do games and honestly do other things because you know me. You know, I have many interests and many things that I'm into. Um, what are my astrology credentials outside of just simply being a student of astrology and talking about my own experiences with astrological transits? Though that, yes, that is my credentials. I'm not an astrologer, so if you have perhaps more pressing questions astrologically, if you really want to get deep and into the nitty gritty of things, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you there. I'm, as I like to call myself, a junior student. I'm just learning. Astrology is an interest of mine, a special interest, you might say. I love mythology, I love folklore, I love storytelling, and I think that astrology is one of those, just another tool we use to relate to each other, to relate to ourselves, and to understand our world and our environment and the people around us, and just understand our experiences. And sometimes just find answers to the question of what's going on and why. Um, so with that in mind, uh, I hope you enjoy this presentation. I hope this is as fun for you to watch as it has been for me to work on it. And we'll get right into it. What is a Saturn return? Why talk about it? Those are just some of the questions that we'll be answering during this presentation, as well as we're getting to some topics. You know, I feel like whenever we talk about Saturn returns, there are certain ideals and themes that tend to come up that are quite relatable to other people, and these are some of the things that also just I personally had a lot to think about over the course of these past near 3 years. And so for our topics of the day, we'll speak of endings, transformation, self-reflection, and of course, new beginnings. So what is a Saturn return? Saturn return is marked by the time in your life when Saturn transits back into the sign and degree it was at when you were born. Um, sometimes you can just kind of look generally at Saturn going into the sign it was when you were born. I personally am someone that does that. Basically once a planet hits that sign, I'm like, "All right, here we go." Though you could say you won't really feel the intensity or feel the full effects of these transits until the planet gets closer to the degree it was in your natal chart and onward. Um, I have not quite late degree Saturn, but it's not quite early either. It's pretty middling, leaning towards a later degree Saturn. I didn't have my Saturn return personally, degree wise until I think 2024. I think that's when I had my proper Saturn return. It'll come up later, so in case I'm wrong, we'll find out together. Saturn has to deal with time. Saturn has to deal with, restrictions. Um, it has to, kind of deal with lessons. It's the furthest planet traditionally from the sun. So, before people discovered Uranus and Neptune and Pluto, um, Saturn was seen as most distant planet from us, and it was also seen as the longest transiting planet as well. Saturn takes the longest time out of the original seven planets astrologically to go through every sign, leading to eventually most people tend to have their Saturn returns between the ages of 27 and 31. And again, these are just general times. You know, you could have your Saturn return at 26 or 32 even. Again, it just depends on the timing. You know, astrology is a time-based practice. Um, you know, the way nature works is that it has a rhyme and reason to it. You know, things don't really happen in the natural world just sporadically and without reason. You know, that's kind of why we have science. And you know, it is very interesting that astrology kind of birthed astronomy. And I won't even say that. Astronomy and astrology very much go hand in hand. You know, in the early days there wasn't much difference, I'll say, because to understand both, you had to study the planets, you know. So, keeping that in mind, makes sense that Saturn returns have been seen as very significant in our culture. And by our culture, I mean the Western culture. I am an American. You know, I've only lived in Western countries, so I can't really speak to how other cultures and practices treat Saturn and Saturn returns. But I know in our culture, we have a lot of different things that kind of coincide with Saturn returns. You know, people speak of the 27 Club, people speak of midlife crises. You know, there's generally ideals around adulthood and aging and maturity. And you know, these are all things that kind of fall under the purview of Saturn. Um, you know, Saturn relates to the elderly. Saturn kind of relates to those difficult topics and difficult things that you know, are kind of difficult because they can't be avoided. They're a bit inevitable, you know, like aging, death, illness, taxes, institutions, um, you know, those are all things that Saturn looks over and that relate to Saturn. And so, understandably, when Saturn, you know, starts creeping through the signs and gets closer and closer to returning to where it was when you were born, you know, as you age and grow and mature and have all these various experiences, you know, you reach a certain point, oftentimes, you know, when people hit their 30s or become, you know, older adults, that tends to often be a time when people, you know, start looking back and reflecting on their lives. There's a lot of shakeups and changes that happen during this time for people. You know, people often will have relationship changes, like someone might get married, they might get a divorce. People often have children around this time. There's, you know, just many kind of markers of adulthood that tend to happen. You know, changing your job, uh, gaining employment, um, a lot of things in our society that we adult or that we associate with adulthood and um kind of a separation from childhood and youth start to happen around this time. So that is part of why Saturn returns are so significant and why they're kind of fascinating and fun to talk about just in general. And of course, for me personally, it's kind of fun to be like, oh, you know, this moment in time is coming up, and time, you only get to experience time once. You never get to be 25 twice. You get to be 25 and 50 once, but there might be some themes that come up again. But you never actually get to experience those moments or those days again. So, it's very interesting to have a sort of time marker where you can kind of stop and pause and look back and be like, wow, that really happened. Look at how far I've come. Or, sometimes, because again, Saturn, has a lot of difficult things associated with it. What often happens, we mentioned the 27 Club and um midlife crises. What often happens is people look back on their lives and they're like, um, actually, I don't know about that. Maybe I'm not quite happy with where I am. Maybe I do need to change my life around. People often talk about karma in Saturn. Now, personally, karma is not really a thing in my culture. Is not quite something I understand entirely. I only know the kind of colloquial ways people speak of karma, but I think there is something to be said about the concept of what you reap is what you sow. Saturn is a planet of both reaping and sowing. You know, Saturn dealing with structures and dealing with stability and instability. Um, when Saturn is involved, there can often be moments of realizing that perhaps the things happening in your life are because of your own actions. But that's not always a bad thing. It is not always a good thing. I mean, you know, I personally am not fond of the overemphasis of honestly any negative or positive association with astrology. The planets are neutral. How you experience life is how you experience life. How you understand the situation you're in and the world around you and your environment is how you understand your situation, your environment, and the world around you and other people. We can only really speak to our experiences and how we understand and experience things. But again, astrology is strongly related to the natural world. You know, w- it's interesting whenever we speak of certain things in nature, especially, like space. There's this very understandably a mystical and magical quality to the study of space, which is why astrology exists. I think, I understand why there is a desire for people to separate studying the sciences and separate science from mythos. However, I also think it's a little bit, how to put it, um slightly silly to ask humans to look at grand things and not create grand stories around it. That's again, I'm a folklorist at heart. That's just what people do. I love a good folktale. I love urban myths. I love a good mythology. Like people are gonna tell tall tales. People are going to see symbolism and synchronicities in life just because how can you not? There are indeed things we cannot explain. You know, I think astrology is often mistakenly called a belief and also mistakenly called a pseudoscience. Um, it is neither. I mean, astrology is not a science for one. Um, at least not in the way people try to make it sound like it is. Like no real astrologer is going to argue that what they do is the same as neurology. Like, that's kind of like saying a psychologist is a neurologist. They're two very different fields of study. You look crazy. A geologist is different from, oh, I don't know, a archaeologist. That's a big one. Any anyone anyone that had a love of dinosaurs and ancient history has kind of had to wrestle with the meaning of different fields of study. Like, what do you mean a paleontologist is not the same thing as an archaeologist? And archaeologists and geologists don't necessarily always meet. Um, those are all very different. They're all very different. Um, you know, Astrology has been around for thousands of years and it'll continue to be around for thousands of years more. Um, kind of like how it's just not helpful to be like religion is the root of all problems. We shouldn't have any religion at all. Like, well, religion is also connected to things like philosophy, and religion is also, connected to various cultural things. It's just not helpful to have that sort of mindset or make those kind of statements because you're just not looking at the big picture, when you say things like that. And when you know, let your mind go down those types of rabbit holes. Astrology is very interesting because while it has, elements of hard science to it, I mean, it's full of math, full of math. If nothing else, I think if you want to get better at geometry, why not get into astrology? It's full of nothing but it is basically just geometry with fun stories attached to it. And I feel like that is generally what a lot of astrology is. It is, full of various calculations and human studies, but told through storytelling. Um, there are some spiritual elements to astrology. There is some mythology wrapped up in the, symbolism of it all. Um, but also symbolism and stories is how we communicate with each other traditionally. It's quite nice to be able to look at words someone said, 100,000 years ago about your sign and be like, or, your placements. I won't even say sign because a lot of times people don't relate to their sun sign, but that's another discussion. It's nice to look at things someone 100,000 years ago said about a placement you have and be like, wow, they get it. They see me. I relate to that. Um, that is part of why, I even made this video because it is, Saturn returns are one of those like big moments. You know, we have many markers, I think, in our culture for coming of age when we're young. But I feel like once we kind of reach the Saturn stage, you know, once we've finally lived a full cycle of Saturns and Saturn comes back to where it was when we were born, that's when things often in our society and culture start to taper off. That's when people start to act like, you know, your life is over, you know, it's gonna be the end of the world because you're not 16 anymore. You know, what more is there to live for? Because you're 30 and dried up and you can't do anything else in life. Where you're at is just where you're at and you're stuck, which again is very Saturn themes, but it's not true. Clearly, it's not true because we have people that are literally over 100 years old, you know, existing right now as I speak. There are people who are shocking 33. They lived 3 whole years past their Saturn return. Crazy. And they did it spontaneously combust. You know, coming of ages, you know, traditions and stories uh aren't just for, you know, 12-year-olds that have to save the world from evil government regimes, you know. There's often a 30-year-old that is supporting that 12-year-old to overtake those evil government regimes, or there's, you know, a 60-year-old who has already lived through that process. They were there when the regime started and they put in the groundwork so that little 12-year-old with their, you know, snappy, plucky, not broken hip having self can go off into the world and they can save the day, quote unquote. Because as we all know, the day is not saved off of the back of one person. The day is saved because of years of work and effort in building that people around the so called chosen ones have done. But honestly, that's another discussion. And now that I've said that, I'm probably eventually going to do a whole video on the concept of chosen ones and how I feel about them. And I'm going to just get it out the way now. I actually love a good chosen one story. I mean, you know, maybe it's my Christian upbringing, but I think we're getting the wrong message when we discuss chosen one stories and how we share them and how we talk about them, which in fairness I feel like also is the same for Saturn. um you know, Saturn is known as the greater malefic. Saturn is a a difficult planet to deal with. That's, you know, it is what it is. But also, if you've seen some of my other content, if you've seen my other video, um you've probably already heard me also ranting about how Saturn is not that bad and we really shouldn't be out here trying to like scare people about Saturn or just getting on people for seeming like they don't care about it, or they're downplaying things. Low key, why are y'all in people's business like that? Like y'all be trying to get into people's heads and that's kind of weird. Again, astrology is neutral. The planets themselves are neutral. We as people assign meanings, positive and negative, to the signs and the planets and the aspects and the placements, the lots, all that good stuff. That's just because of how we interpret the world. But at the basis, it is all neutral. Death is terrible to experience, but it is ultimately a neutral experience. It's it happens. It literally can't be avoided. Every living thing dies. It doesn't have to be bad. It doesn't have to be a tragic thing. And you know, it's very interesting. You and I did see this a lot. Um during Saturn in Pisces, actually, now that I think about it, I saw so much of people basically being like, death is not the end. A very Piscean, death is not the end. Death is not sad. Um, you know, the life of the person that passed needs to be celebrated and needs to be uplifted and needs to be respected. It needs to be um remembered fondly. Let's not, dwell on the hardships this person experienced. Let's not dwell on uh the way they passed, which could be seen as, kind of delusional, as many people are wont to describe Pisces as. But also, I feel like it's a very almost stoic way of viewing death as well, and it's also a very uh oh, what's the word? It's a very practical way of viewing death, especially again if you're experiencing a death that was kind of long time coming, if it was perhaps even sudden but not unexpected. um I feel like there was a lot of that during this Saturn and Pisces transit. um it's obviously Saturnian themes are not the most fun, but also they're necessary, they're unavoidable. So I feel like something Saturn returns also tend to teach people, or what's often part of the lessons people say they learn, and what's often part of the experience of Saturn transits and Saturn returns is that, you know, certain things are inevitable. So ultimately, you just have to figure out how you are going to deal with it. Tax season comes every year. So you got to figure out how you're going to, figure out those taxes. Are you going to do it yourself? Are you going to get an accountant? Are you just going to go to one of those tax season shops? I know that's not the right word for it, but I don't offices, there we go. You're gonna go to one of those tax offices and, hire someone for a day to help you out. Um, you could just not pay your taxes, but that also has ramifications. You might get away with it, you might not. It really depends. And where your Saturn is, what house it's in, what sign it's in, what it's aspecting, that's probably going to play a role in how ultimately Saturn is going to get its look back. um this Saturn and Pisces transit basically happened March 7th, 2023 to M- May 24th, 2025. um I kind of find it interesting that as Saturn went into Pisces during the morning, it went in at 8:34 and it left Pisces at night at 11:35. Like, I don't know, that's just so interesting to me. It came in kind of with the sun and it left with the moon. It truly partied with us from dusk to dawn. That's how I feel like uh this Saturn transit was like. It's also interesting that it went into Pisces during Pisces season. If you may remember, and even if you're not familiar with, you know, astrology and some of the other astrological transits we've had in recent years, um, is that Saturn went into Aries during Gemini season. And when Saturn went into Aquarius, um, oh, I forgot the date. Let me check right quick. Saturn went into Aquarius during Aries season, which is kind of interesting. I'm a little bit curious what that's gonna be like for also kind of in relation to Saturn in Aries. Um, but that's probably above my pay grade, honestly. Again, I'm just a student. I'm learning about astrology. I have yet to I'm not there yet. I'm still a baby at all this. But it's just interesting to note. And partially interesting for reasons we'll bring up later. Um, it is worth mentioning that Saturn will go back into Pisces. Uh, I do believe it'll be a retrograde. I could be wrong, but Saturn will go back into Pisces September 1st, 2025, and then it'll leave for good for the next 30 some years, February 13th, 2026. And that'll again be entering in the morning, leaving in the evening. I'm sure that's probably just how Saturn kind of works. Um, could be wrong about that, but again, it's space. It's not like we control it. The planets are controlled by gravity and the sun and all that good stuff. There were some I mentioned earlier that we will be discussing certain themes that came up for me personally during this Saturn transit. But, just to kick things off, I'd also like to mention some things I observed happening. And, just some things I personally took note of, but didn't necessarily always directly relate to me. Just kind of some things I, was curious about that I noticed. Just some kind of honestly fun Easter eggs, if you will, just some fun little things that uh I peeped, and I'm curious if other people, peeped or thought about it too, or if other people also were experiencing or noticing certain things. With Saturn being in Pisces, Pisces is ruled by Jupiter, and it's where Venus is exalted. It's also where Mercury is in detriment and in fall. Um, you know, I while the signs themselves don't necessarily have like a rulership over specific like things I would say, or like how to put it, like I don't say this to overemphasize the signs. However, obviously, the signs and planets being in signs have some sort of meaning. um it's often said that planets themes and topics are expressed through the energy of the signs they're in. And Pisces being this jovial Venusian sign, um, it's often related to woman and art and creativity. It's seen as a very emotional sign. The word enmeshment comes up a lot when you're talking about Pisces. It's sort of a showcasing astrologically of areas where people perhaps are so boundless that they just lose themselves in something. It is seen as a very nebulous sign. It's mutable, but even among the other mutable signs, it's a bit of a far out there sign. You know, bit of imagery that often comes up with Pisces is, you know, being in the ocean and just floating, just letting the salt water carry you wherever it will. Pisces is often associated also with like bubbles or fog, vapor. It's deals in things that you just can't hold on to. It's a very spiritual sign. Um, it's very much a sign that's kind of deals in realms of the mind, ideals. It's a very idealistic sign. Sagittarius is also ruled by Jupiter, so it has some similar qualities, but it's a fire sign, it's a masculine sign. It doesn't necessarily have those same associations of being boundless and uh expressive and creative in the same way that Pisces is. Something I thought about often and kind of noticed during this transit definitely was, just like women and womanhood in general. Uh, just how people were kind of viewing women, treating women. Um, just the various experiences of the woman around me and, woman I have seen from afar. And, I say that with in regards of like social media and sometimes literally just I feel like there's a lot of uh weird things I saw and experienced, honestly. Um and again, me personally going through a Saturn return of certain themes from when I was younger and certain experience that I'm like, that hasn't happened in a while. I kind of forgot that could even happen and that's even a thing. There's definitely a big shaking up in the culture around how we treat women, how we talk about women, just our ideals of women. I'm not going to get too into things, but clearly womanness and womanhood and femininity and what even constitute as being femme and feminines has been, in the zeitgeist, as you will. And I just think about last year how we kind of kicked off pride with bullying lesbians, bi women, and trans woman. Like, it was kind of crazy. And I feel like if we look back on 2023 through up and into 2025, we're gonna definitely look at it as a time as what smoke were people smoking. Like, what was the crack that good? Because people were kind of wild in towards women. And, getting into my next topic, thinking again about Pisces and what it means for Saturn to be in Pisces and just some of the themes and, lessons I saw cropping up kind of on a grand scale, not just for myself, but kind of that everyone was experiencing. Um, you know, it's said that Jupiter rules black people. It kind of relates to blackness and black culture. Um, and again, there's some things I'm not going to get too into now. That mainly because, as a black person, I understand there's some conversations we have amongst ourselves, and this is just going on a public YouTube. Um, maybe one day I'll make a little I'll make a post going more into it or like a video going more into some of the things astrologically specific to black people and blackness and blackhood. And honestly, I'm saying maybe it is coming. It is coming eventually. Cause I mean, and again, we're gonna get into it, but just off out the gate, so y'all know, while we're still early enough in this video, I love women. I love black I love being black. I love being a woman. So, those are always at the forefront of my mind. So of course, during the past 2.5 years, these things have been on my mind and I've been keeping an eye on things. I've been observing, I've been predicting, which I don't need astrology to do that. But, I'm just throwing that one out there too. Cause just two prominent black people off off the dome, Kendrick Lamar and Megan Thee Stallion. I have here Megan's chart. We're not gonna like get into it or read it or anything like that. Also ignore the timing for it. I don't think she actually has like a birth time out or anything like that. Um, but here is just charts of some people who I I guess you could say kind of took a particular interest in during this time. Obviously, of course, Megan Thee Stallion. I am a hottie myself. I am a big fan of hers. Um, have been for a bit now. Um, Again, I'm not gonna get into the trial and stuff like that, but I'm just going to say, as a black woman, and I saw someone on Blue Sky talking about this too, how we've had all these discussions kind of around her and around the situation, and yet no one's just stopped to be like, hey, how are other black women doing? Because the thing is, we've all had similar experiences to this, of people just not believing us, people mistreating us, people also relying on us and counting on us when they themselves aren't reliable or can be counted on. I think about after the election in the US and black women said, we're done. We're done. We've tried to help y'all. We're not helping y'all no more. And I can talk about that a bit now in this segment of the video. Um, you know, again, yes, we have our personal experience with astrological transits, but I think as you learn and grow, you'll also observe how some of these transits are affecting us on a more wider scale, on a global scale, on a community scale. And I will say, as someone in the black community, and I feel like it's okay to talk about this here a little bit because we have openly said that, y'all are on your own. We're done. We're done trying to help people that have never or aren't willing to help us in the ways we need to be helped, or are a little bit taking us for granted. But I think that in itself is a very Saturn and Pisces thing. I feel like that's something that for many people with Pisces and Saturn natally, they've dealt with. They've realized that, oh, y'all don't care about us. You really mean it when you say that. That friend that kind of is always has something negative to say when you're sharing them good news, like, oh, well, that's probably fake, or, they were lying, right? Or like, he's only talking to you because, I don't know, you have money. Like, in retrospect, that probably isn't a friend, is it? Because that's not how friends treat you. Um, you know, Thinking about, of course, uh, thinking about, of course, Kendrick Lamar. And for Kendrick Lamar, we do actually have a reliable time. Look at that chart, y'all. Low key, low key, Mr. Lamar. I personally was so, it sounds weird to say so happy, but I was so happy when after Kendrick Lamar and Drake's beef kind of hit a fever pitch, people started finally being like, "You're right, Drake is weird." Because I'm like, yes, he is weird. I personally have been saying this for years. I noticed, I peeped, you know, a lot of the things that Kendrick Lamar uh talks about in his music, and just a lot of the ways he's kind of uh you know brought certain things in the culture to the forefront. And I'm saying, again, there's you could have whole other, whole conversations also about Kendrick Lamar that I'm not going to get into here because he's a bull, and I'll do my research on from there. But just, I mean, the fact that he has a Pisces moon, I mean, he doesn't have Saturn in Pisces. I mean, obviously, he's on the older side. But also interesting, I will note his Saturn is in Sag, and for reasons that will come up later, I'm like, see, that's he gets it. He gets it. He knows. He knows. He knows. Like honestly, when I see Kendrick Lamar out in the world doing things, when I listen to his music, I'm often like, he gets it. He knows. He's saying all the things that, I be saying, and people treat me like I'm crazy. Again, I am a black woman. I am disabled in various ways for various reasons. Um, kind of obviously. Uh, and if you can't tell, this is sarcasm. People are like, she's crazy. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Which fair, fair. I am just some random person just speaking my piece and saying things I personally think is true, but you know as is often the case with many sages, I don't always have things to back it up. But Kendrick Lamar is a Gemini, so he has his receipts, and I appreciate it because then I look less crazy. It's honestly, just as an aside, every sag needs a mercurial person in their sphere because they will have the receipts and, help you look less crazy when you're saying the things you're saying. Because, Sag, Jupiter and Mercury, they're both planets that have to deal with wisdom and I don't want to use the word intelligence, but like knowledge. There we go. Wisdom, knowledge, education, learning, that sort of thing. I mean, makes sense, right? Saturn comes after Jupiter. If Saturn is lessons, essentially kind of final exam energy, then Jupiter is, a teacher. Jupiter is also the student. Jupiter is the quizzes and tests, and the not even Jupiter is the classes you're taking to take that final exam with Saturn, which again is very interesting. I'm very curious about the Saturn and Sag uh generation. I'm really gonna have to do some more research and digging into that and finding charts on that. And honestly, I'm kind of getting away with myself. And actually, let me take a note right now so I can get back to that and I don't ramble on. I would also like to say that Ryan Coogler has Sag Saturn, um, but they also have Jupiter and Pisces, as well as a Gemini sun. They have a Cancer Venus. I mean, honestly, that's just more for my own research purposes, but I think I can also touch on a bit because technically Black Panther 2 came out 2022. It came out still during Saturn and Aquarius. But that's the thing about astrology, because it is a time-based practice that, and also just kind of the nature of Saturn. Part of what make um thing about astrology, because it is, you know, a time-based practice. Part of what makes Saturn return so significant is basically the things that are leading up to that moment. Um, speaking of Saturn as a planet that brings in lessons, what if it's bringing you lessons, if it's, testing you, what are you being tested on? What are you being taught? What are you supposed to have learned leading up to this point? Um, I definitely think grief was a very significant theme for Saturn and Pisces. Which is the theme that kind of just suits Saturn in general. There's kind of always something you're going to be grieving and regretting and, reminiscing on over the course of your life, just because that's just the nature of age. That is the nature of the progression of time. There's always going to be loss involved when we're dealing with matters of sometimes quite literally life and death. So I think it's interesting also Black Panther coming out kind of like right before Saturn and Pisces, because I feel like if that movie had come out just a year later during this time, I think some of the conversations around it and the reception to it would be a little different. There's a lot of mutable squares going on here during this time, which is what happens. Anytime a planet is transiting a certain uh modality, that means it's going to be squaring the other signs in that modality. Or placements in the other signs of that modality are going to eventually be squared by the transit. Um, you know, Again, Saturn and Pisces wasn't just important or felt just by people that have Saturn and Pisces natally. It's felt by everyone. Everyone has Pisces somewhere in their chart. Everyone has a Pisces house. So Saturn transiting into Pisces is going to, affect people in various ways, whether or not they also were born under Saturn and Pisces. Um, Another interesting um just honestly just a snippet, another interesting tidbit. um I think of last year, if I have the right uh thing up now. Nope, that's not my boy. There we go. There's my boy. Um oh, sorry, y'all. This is Yuta from NCT 127's chart. Um I just a random, probably not hilarious for him, but hilarious to me thing, because again, I also have Saturn in Pisces, so I get it. I want to say it was earlier this year, and he was doing something with NCT, and I think they were just kind of talking about, it was for like New Year's, so they were talking about the year and how it went for them. And if you are an in citizen, some things happened last year. I'm gonna be honest, I've been into K-pop since 2008. And honestly, we're even gonna get into that a little bit. But I've been into K-pop since 2008, so the news around NCT and the things that have happened around this group, I am a grizzled K-pop veteran at this point. I'm just like, war crimes, was it? Yeah, that happens sometimes, You got to remember you don't know these people. But that aside, I'm not going to get into that. But it was a interesting time, and apparently for Yuta at least, it was a bit of a trying time because he said when they were just talking about the year and the things they experienced and how they felt, he just randomly goes, "I thought we were all gonna die." Which I'm so sad we don't have a birth time for Yuta. Please, you know what? I'll shooting my shot. Please, if somehow this video finds its way to Yuta's eyeballs and ear holes, I should probably have worded that in a different way, but it's too late now. I just gotta keep going. Please, you don't gotta share it with everyone. Just drop me the DM, Yuta. Go, my Instagram is open. Drop me the DM with your birth time, please, and where you were born. Because, sometimes your hometown isn't actually where you were born. I need the town, the exact town of the hospital where you were born. I need that. I need that location. I don't need the, but I grew up in. No, 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 no. Give me the where your hospital was, the time it happened, what it says on the birth certificate, down to the, some people do happen to just be born at exactly 2:30 in the morning, but sometimes it's more like 2:32. I need that. I need those specifics. Please, please, sir, give me those specifics so I could look at your actual chart because I'm so curious. Because Loki, again, I get it. I get it. And we're going to get into that. I had a certain Saturn transit that I was feeling the exact same way. It wasn't this one, thank goodness. Thank the Lord. But I just found it very interesting. He would be like, "It's so dead serious. I thought we were all going to die." And everyone just kind of looked at him like, huh? What, excuse me, eh? What are you talking about? Which is another interesting thing because so many people in NCT have Aquarius suns. So I'm sure they're very used to the omnipresent heaviness of Saturn. I feel like if you have Saturn ruled placements, that is kind of just a thing. I mean, I personally have a Capricorn Venus, and my Saturn is conjunct my moon. So, you know, I tend to think of Saturn as uh like a older family member. And you know how old people in the family can be. Sometimes a lot of times they're nice, but the thing about nice old people is a lot of times they weren't always nice. They became nice because over time they realized they couldn't keep being mean like they were before. Or, they've just had to give so many things up that they're just nice, soft, sweet people now. But a lot of old people can get mean. As we know, when people have dementia and suddenly you're sweet, lovely, I'll support you at Pride and I love desegregation. Grandma all of a sudden is yelling every slur under the book and won't walk down the street if your gay black neighbor is out on the street. Like, what? You used to be besties with him, Grandma. Why are you acting like this? That is Saturn. People change. People grow, and I've kind of that's kind of the relationship I've always had with Saturn, and Saturn themes. I've always I'm used to it. All this to say I'm used to it. Having Saturn be the ruler of your values and relationships and how you relate to people and how people relate to you. It's not really for the faint of heart, especially when it's in a not fun sign like Capricorn. I mean, I can't speak for Aquarius Venuses, but and this might just be very Capricorn, and I can acknowledge because, I mean, once I eventually get around to re-uploading my astrologically sinful video and talking about the signs and the seven deadly sins or the planets and the seven deadly sins. I think that's kind of how I organized it. But talking about both actually, astrology and the seven deadly sins. Once I get around to that, if you were there for the stream, you remember me kind of having a bit of a laugh about Capricorns and how they be acting. They do have a little bit of a problem with envy, the Saturn ruled signs, particularly when they think other people are, having things better than them because, they go through so much. And, the grass is always greener on the other side. And low key, sometimes when you have Capricorn placements, that is just true. A lot of times Capricorn in a chart can represent things like poverty and homelessness. Being the restrictions of Saturn comes in the form of you not having the resources you need, especially the resources that have to do with your needs. So, I get it. I get it. So if you're not used to Saturn being like a present force in your life like that, if you again, you just kind of have Saturn hanging around in your chart. I mean, clearly looking at the chart, there are aspects to Saturn. So, you do also have a Sag Mars and Sag Jupiter. Um, I mean, it's kind of interesting. He has Mercury in Libra. I mean, Libra is exalted. Always get my order wrong. Saturn is exalted in Libra, so that is a little interesting. Um, but yeah, he said that, and I was like, that is hilarious. People are so concerned, but I'm like, y'all must not be into astrology like that, because I know what he talking about. He was feeling Saturn heavy, I bet you. Um, and we can go back to the chart I did skip over. This is Jackson's chart from Got 7. Um, I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh. I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing. Um, I'll be honest, when it comes to Jackson, I like to use him as an example of Aries. He is so very Aries, which is hilarious because he does have Pisces Mars, which is even more hilarious. And I need to stop saying the word hilarious because these low key. Sometimes I feel like it is better to look at like historical figures charts, or like if you must look at modern prominent figures charts, it has to be like certain people, and you do have to, I would say, still treat it in certain respectful ways because these are people's real lives. um these are people's experiences, and obviously people have lives outside of what their jobs are. you know even if someone's job is like social media, they still have a life outside of that that's got nothing to do with you, nothing to do with us. But they are uh public figures. So some of their information is more available than other people, and it is helpful to look at people's charts who are public figures because we could kind of watch in real time, kind of like how we could look at our own charts, and even like how I did this, because over the course of this, like I knew I'd be making Pisces and Saturn content, but I wanted to also just kind of like experience it. I didn't want to like try and like I just wanted to let everything happen naturally and organically so I could look back at it and in that way learn from it. Which it's kind of very Saturnian now that I think about it. That is, I feel like that is kind of how Saturn and Saturn's lessons work. And low key, if this is the only part of the video you watch or this is as far as you get into the video, long story short, the ultimate lesson of Saturn and Pisces is you have to experience life and let life happen to learn anything from it. If you're always trying to control everything, it's not going to work. If you're always trying to force things, it's not going to work. Sometimes, as much as it hurts and sucks, the only way you learn and grow is by just letting things happen, just letting life happen. Um, you don't know fire will burn you until you are burnt by fires. And honestly, that's just how some people have to live. And low key, I personally have always blamed it on all my Sag placements. But that's also very Piscean as well. And speaking of, sometimes you gotta get burnt to know what it's like to be burned, and that's just the only way you'll really get the lesson and get the memo. As sad and tragic as it kind of is to experience that, I feel like that's probably again slight. I mean, I don't know, speculation is the right word, but like if you're a Got Seven fan, if you're a Jackson Wang fan, I'm sure you've seen his current rolling out of his upcoming album and the things he's been posting for that, the interviews he's been doing, and he's been talking a lot about, just kind of poor business. I don't know if that's quite the phrasing he's used, but kind of, yeah, like uh not the best business practices, um difficulties in his uh business sector about like mixing friendship or basically mixing like pleasure and business, you know having kind of friends in the industry that weren't the best, getting kind of taken advantage of by friends he worked with, and he it was difficult for him. It was rough. I think he did say he became like very depressed throughout that whole deal. And so he kind of had to get himself out of that. And, now he's putting his music out. Um, he's been very kind of open and kind of upfront about his feelings and the things he's going through as he's been going through this rollout, this album release. Uh, and again, he's another Saturn and Pisces native. I feel like for many people with Saturn and Pisces, that is kind of what we've all been going through and dealing with. A lot of, and I don't know if it's necessarily just strictly the fact it's Saturn and Pisces that's kind of been affecting a lot of people in business ways. I'm sure part of it is the mere fact that a lot of people who are prominent in our society, it is because of like their job, their work. So of course, if they're having issues that are public, it's probably going to relate to what they're known for publicly, which is their job. Um, again, his MC, I think it looks like it squares his Saturn. Let's see. His MC's at I'm trying to think. Because I feel like I don't have a protractor on me and I'm can't do on off the dome geometry. So we just gonna look at these lines. And these are Placidus, or are these whole sign? I think these are Placidus charts. Um, I could be wrong, but either way, you know, the Pisces Saturn and 10th house Sag MC. I'm sure there's some tension there. And I think he's an Aquarius rising as well. Um, I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure at the beginning of this transit, Jupiter was in Taurus. So there could have been some squares. And at some point, Jupiter would have also squared his rising as well. Um, which I'm sure would have lended to the tensions, especially, I think he mentioned that basically people were, taking a lot from him, a lot was coming out, but not enough was coming back in, you know? I feel like that was also a big theme for people during this time. Um, and I think, yeah, that's Yuta. And our last chart, which I added just because I thought it was interesting, is Ariana Grande's chart, which, she's born in 93, but she also has Saturn and Pisces, and it's 0 degrees at that and a retrograde. Which is so interesting because I feel like, kind of compared to her same age peers, she's just had a very different traje- trajectory, very different kind of reasons for being in the limelight, uh, or, being in the news. I feel like she confuses a lot of people. People are always like, girl, what's going on with you? Why are you acting like this? You're too old to be acting like this. Uh, but I also feel like, some of the things she deals with and experiences is because of this kind of interesting connection she has to people that are actually younger than her. um, and I don't know if that's like sound astrology. I could just be just saying stuff right now, but I just think it is interesting when people, when a lot of people in a certain age group have certain transits going, or certain placements, but obviously not everyone is going to have those placements. And to me, how I read that, and when talking about collectives, when talking about communities, when talking about, age generations and that sort of thing, is, that accounts for within groups, within a peer group. I feel like sometimes you could notice like struggles to connect with each other despite being the same age. And I feel like that is also accounted for astrologically, when it's like, yeah, of course you're not going to relate because your experiences are actually kind of quite different, and it goes beyond just like there's your sun signs not matching, or even like your Mars or Venus not matching. One of the fun things about astrology is how you can kind of see certain moments in culture and moments in history reflected within the charts of people born during a certain time, which that's always fun. And that's one of the things I'm trying to and going to explore more as, I study astrology further. But we've talked long enough. It's going to be very interesting editing this, but we really must move on. Okay, so what? Why are we here? Why are we talking about this? And I feel like I've already kind of, said a bit of my piece on this. So let's move on to the next part. I am a big proponent, no surprise, of just speaking your truth. I think it's very important that we have honest conversations about our experiences and honest conversations about our experiences without limiting ourselves on how we have those conversations and what tools we use to have those conversations. Um, I do kind of see people speaking about their lives and sharing their stories and sharing their experiences as a type of education. I mean, again, I'm kind of, a folklorist. I, a lot of the ways we have shared information and knowledge and wisdom over the years is through storytelling. And a lot of those original stories were just based off of like some guy who had an experience and then he told someone else in his village and everyone else said, "Oh, that person said that's a decent story. We need to tell everyone else about what happened." And then they tell the whole village, and maybe the village then goes on to tell other people in other villages. And eventually it just becomes like this whole thing. And so much of our history and collective knowledge base is just built around individuals who had experiences and them sharing those experiences to help other people, to educate other people. Life is full of seasonality, and I think astrology is one of the handy tools to explore this concept. Again, there's a reason why it's existed for this long. And it'll probably exist for a good while. It's always interesting to me and funny to me when people imagine the future and then they fail to imagine what astrology will be like in the future. Like, will people still be saying their sun signs if we all, are living on Mars? Will people have earth signs and how prominent will the earth sign be? I mean, low key, I feel like if people were living on Mars, the earth sign might take the prominence of on earth the sun sign, you know, and just like things like that. That's honestly that's just a fun little thing to think about. Um, another reason to or just another reason why I made this video is just cuz I think that it is important not just to, you know, tell other people that, oh, you need to be more well, actually I won't phrase it like that because that sounds a little bit like demanding and I don't really talk to people like that. But like, I'm interested in other people's lives and stories. If you've seen my streams that I do with Taco, usually when I'm talking with HRE, it does come up that I am a little bit nosy. I'm a little bit curious. I don't mind being I won't say up in people's business again. Saturn and Pisces, I'm working on it. I'm learning how not to be too overly involved in people's lives. Things that don't got nothing to do with me don't got anything to do with me. However, I think there is a reason why nosiness and gossiping exist, especially among women. And there's enough people that have talked about this. I really don't have to get into it here. Especially if you're a gossip, if you're nosy and you are into history, if you are a historian, you know the benefits of gossip and being a little bit curious, I'll say, not even nosy, being just curious about other people's lives. It is a part of caring about people is, wanting to know more about them, but it's not just enough to tell people, oh, tell me about yourself. For people to be comfortable sharing themselves with you, I hate to say it. And I know it hurts. It does hurt a little bit. You gotta you gotta be open and comfortable with sharing yourself with them. Ah, I know it's crazy. I hate it too. Actually, hate is a strong word. I don't hate it. It's just it's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable, and you know, it's not fun to be uncomfortable, but sadly, to do the things in life we want to do and to live the lives we want to live, sometimes we have to be uncomfortable. So, this is me stepping out of my comfort zone and, knowing that if I want to encourage other people to, share things with me, to be comfortable around me, I have to also do things to make myself someone others can be comfortable with and others can share with. So this is part of me cultivating a space of comfort. This is, me understanding that, even if just one person sees this and is inspired by it and can relate to it and feels seen by this, that's me doing my job. That is me, doing a decent thing. That's me living my truth. It's not just enough to speak our truth. We also have to live our truth. Um, which, I feel like sometimes when we talk about the Sagittarius sign, I feel like sometimes people do talk about it from that. Their signs, Sag placements are very good and capable of speaking their truth. But sometimes I feel like the thing we leave out is that they, part of their journey is learning to be comfortable with also living their truth, which I think as the video goes on, you'll see that that definitely came up. That definitely came up. Pisces, Saturn squaring those Sag placements. Um, it was a learning curve. It definitely was a learning curve. So, without further ado, let's get into it. Saturn entered Pisces March 7th, 2023. I already mentioned the time earlier, so I won't mention it again here, mostly because I forgot to put in my notes. And I'll say it was a very hopeful beginning to what I would later find to be a bit of a trying transit. I also, I kind of touched on this a bit earlier, bringing up Kendrick Lamar and Ryan Coogler, which again, I got to get into their charts. Um, but again, also that's gonna be another video on another platform, cause but they have Sag and Saturn. And I'm pretty sure a lot of significant things obviously happened for them when they were having their return. But that happened from, I want to say, 2017 to 2019. Yes, I think so. It's either 2017 to 2019 or 2016 to 2018. Nope, I'm right. No, it was 2017. I'm sorry, I was about to say that backwards. That wouldn't make sense. It was 2015 to 2000. No, 2014 to 2017. Um, if I'm doing my math right, because Capricorn, okay, yes, I think that was how it works. Because I remember like the second, the moment, the exact time Saturn left Sagittarius and entered Capricorn. The relief was palpable. Like, y'all don't understand. Um, I I say a lot of smack about Saturn transits, and that is mainly because for me, my most difficult Saturn transit was during that time. And it got real bad, y'all. It got real bad 2017. And y'all know I mentioned earlier I'm a 2008 K-pop fan. Technically, I've been a fan of K-pop since like 2005. I just didn't know I was listening to K-pop. Um, and like I say I was a fan in 2008 because that's when I was like actively a fan and actually like kind of participating in fandom and like seeking out the music specifically to listen to rather than just kind of like letting it be something I stumble across or like casually listen to. I became like a true fan 2008. My first group that I like consciously was like, okay, I'm getting into this group. They have good music. I like them. I'm going to learn about them. I'm going to, excuse me. I'm going to, learn uh the lyrics, consume all the content I can about them. My first group was Shiny. And y'all know what happened in 2017. It was, I mean, honestly, my first heartbreak, like, my first real experience with like deep, strong, like world shattering grief. Um, and y'all see that Saturn, that Saturn Pisces next to that Pisces moon and that Cancer rising. Don't laugh at me if I start crying at some point during this video. I'm a big crybaby. I'm gonna try not to. But I'll be getting emotional. It was a rough year, but the thing that and obviously there's been significant like celebrity deaths that I've experienced before. Like I'm having my Saturn return. That means I'm going to be 30 soon. If not already 30. Um, I clearly have experienced some significant, you know, deaths of people I've admired and, respected. Like, I love Whitney, y'all. I love Whitney Houston. I was so heartbroken when she passed. So heartbroken. And honestly, for the longest time, and I'm saying for the longest time because I'm still alive, so I can't truly say this has stopped being a phenomenon for me. And and as this video goes on, I'm gonna try not and be too woo woo, but I can't promise it won't get a little bit woo woo or a little confusing. And honestly, that might be something I don't necessarily need to preface, but in my experience, when trying to explain some of these things that I've experienced to people, people are very shocked and confused by it. Um, for the longest time, a thing I experienced was, a lot of the people I creatively admired, a lot of the people I've been inspired by and have and been supportive of me and overall just very encouraging to me have passed. A lot of the people that have like pushed me and really been integral for one reason or another for me even getting into the things I've gotten into and kind of honestly moving the trajectory of my life. Um, they've honestly is freak accidents, uh suicide, uh sudden ailments out of the blue is been rough. It's very hard not to take that personally, honestly. I've always had a very unique relationship to death, you know, uh and by the time 2017 rolled around, I was feeling it. And in general, I had various things going on. I had various health issues. Um, I just honestly kind of been through a lot. I'd been through a lot up until that point. And then it kind of just became this tipping point because I distinctly remember I completely avoided listening to John Kuhn's new album. I don't know. I couldn't do it. And then I finally listened to it. Um, and I was like, okay, you know, this is fine. But the the night he passed, the day he passed, I also was in a very bad place. And it's one of those things that's difficult to talk about because honestly it's just so awkward because how do you explain that? It was this very strange coincidence. Um and up until that point, I'd always taken it kind of personally that so many people I've been touched by and inspired by are no longer with us. And of course after that happened, it just was kind of like, pun obviously not intended, but it was just kind of like the nail in the coffin, like, wow. So that happened. It's a weird thing to feel guilty over circumstances just so out of your control. Like obviously I mean I never met the man. I was just a fan. He was just someone whose music I really enjoyed, whose artistry I really enjoyed. But it was just again, it was just one of those strange things of many strange things in my life where I had this one really bad night. Um, and I made it. I made it through that night. But they didn't. But I mentioned that time because that was just a complete turning point in my life. Um, Again, like I mentioned earlier, that was, during when Saturn was in Sagittarius. I mean you could see my chart there. Almost all my planets are in Sag. I have a 5 planet stellium. And I feel like I can call it a 5 planet stellium because, I do have at least three planets, three personal planets in Sagittarius. So I think it's okay for me to also tack on the fact that I have Pluto and Jupiter in my in Sag, not just Mars, Mercury, and the Sun. Excuse me. And again, my even my Venus was almost in Saturn. I'm a little bit upset that my Mars is so close to being exalted in Capricorn. Which honestly, that could have been the thing that was sending me over the edge during 2017. The fact I was, so close to figuring out all those martial things and themes, which actually, maybe that was the thing. Now that I think about it, but that's another conversation. And honestly, we'll probably get into it a little bit later. But I have a 29-degree Mars in Sag. I'm so close to having that Capricorn Mars, and it just isn't in Capricorn. Because even sidereally, my Mars is still in Sag. My Venus is also in Sag, but my Mars is still in Sag. It's crazy. Um, or is it actually in Scorpio? I think it is still in Sag. So I truly was just meant to be born with the Sag Mars. I don't know what I did in a past life. I'm sure you actual astrologers out there can let me know. And honestly, please do. I'm convinced I must have been a war criminal or something in a past life. Cause what is up? What is up with all this? Honestly, sincerely, was is happening? Um, but yeah, 2017 was rough. It was a rough year. Um, and I'm gonna be honest, it started getting better. Again, the relief I felt when Saturn went into Capricorn, and it's like I had a complete 180. Again, it's so strange. It's just one of those things that's just hard to explain to people because, like, ultimately, how do you explain feelings? And again, I have Saturn conjunct my moon, and it's all in Pisces. To me, feelings are truly just vibes. They're just things that kind of exist in your body, and you just try to learn how to swim or sink with them. And definitely during this time, I was not swimming. I was not treading water. I was floundering. I was sinking. I felt like I had rocks strapped to me. The way I described it, uh, in one of my takes trying to make this video is like I was kind of living like I was shoved into a barrel, and for whatever reason, instead of climbing out of the barrel, I found a hole in the barrel and I went through the hole and I just started digging some more. Like, it was that kind of insanity that I was living up until that point for honestly like a good decade. Um, and as you'll know, I did say was into K-pop in 2008. And if you do the math right, that means 10 years since then is, yes, 2018. So, um, I'm not saying K-pop is part of my insanity. If anything, K-pop clearly, clearly, K-pop was part of what helped me keep my sanity. Um, cause yeah, I another kind of random quote I think about a lot, especially during this time that I thought about a lot was that clip from when Joshua from 17 was like in some kind of um I don't know if he was in some kind of like school news thing or like the actual news or just some sort of documentary or something, but he just is like this meme now. And he goes, K-pop saved my life. And I'm like, yeah, kinda, yeah, same for me. Low key, a little bit embarrassing. Like nothing against other people who have had their lives majorly changed and improved by music. I mean, I wanted to be a music therapist at some point, so I understand the power of music, which is why, I make my playlists, which also started happening around this time. Honestly, a lot of things, all this is basically to say that a lot of the things that came up during this Saturn and Pisces transit were actually continuations of things that kind of started really popping up for me during this time, during 2017 into like 2019. And then again, there were some themes, and those are more rather than my like personal and private and like kind of career and creativity related um areas of life. 2022 came up again for more like personal aspects of my life, which in a way makes sense. 2022 Aquarius was, I keep doing that. Saturn was in Aquarius. So, Saturn was, I'm sorry, y'all. I just got a little bit distracted by where my mouse actually is. Saturn was in my eighth house for a good part of that. My seventh through ninth house. So basically, kind of from like, in a way, from 2017 into, 2022, a lot of kind of honestly major things have happened for me, major life events. Um, and in a way, they even felt or feel more significant than the things I've actually experienced during my actual Saturn return. I've felt prepared in a way for my Saturn return because I'd already gone through such transformational and kind of explosive and very intense uh events leading up till now that in a way, while yes there were still some challenges that came with Saturn entering Pisces, um I mean clearly, I mean look over here, this little rascal, like low-key Mars. Okay, I no I sometimes feel like part of learning astrology and trying to figure out how to read your own chart is difficult because there's the way people talk about astrology and astrological concepts, and then there's how it actually shows up in your life. And sometimes I feel like, low key, I feel like sometimes astrologers just need to stop being a little bit vain and a little bit, I don't know, hoity toity, and just suck it up and speak colloquially to people. I mean, one, using academic jargon with people that aren't academics is kind of boo boo. Like, it's not working. You're not educating anyone when you do that unless you're trying to educate other academics. And I know there's this ideal of, well, if you're learning astrology, you should be learning it in this way. And it's like, that's just not a, honestly, that's just not a very, is it too bold to say that's not a very wise and intelligent take? Like, people learn how they are capable and willing to learn, and not everyone is getting into astrology because they want to become a professional astrologer. I don't know. There's many different ways of learning information, and it doesn't all have to be in strictly academic settings. There's all kinds of learning and all kind of learners, and that's okay, and we should encourage that because it's gonna happen whether you want it to or not. I think Sometimes trying to learn astrology, people have a way of saying things in a very uh strict way that is confusing to learners because they're not yet familiar with the meaning of terms. And when I say the meaning of terms, what I'm really saying is the language of what you're learning. Because anytime you're learning something new, there is language. And this is a little bit of a transgression. This is a, we're no longer talking just about Saturn and Pisces transits anymore. But I gotta say this. And I feel like I say things like this every time I do an astrology post. But until I see less people posting about some, y'all are all anti intellectuals and anti academia and da 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 da, and it's like you're not listening to people. That's not actually what people are saying. Listen to people, especially because we could get a little bit anti-age. It could get a bit ageist. It could get a little bit racist. It could get a little bit ethno-nationalist. Like it gets a little ableist too. Like the y'all need to chill. It is not that serious. I promise you, it is not that serious. People can are only capable of and I think I started off the video saying this, but I'm gonna say it again. People are only capable of learning and understanding things in ways they are capable of learning and understanding. Yes, did I just repeat words? Because that's just the way it is. That's how that works. And it's, I won't say surprising, because again, people are, yes, people are people. People do people things. People can't help but bring themselves and who they are into every room they go. So it's not surprising that, there's so much. I don't even want to call it gatekeeping because I'll be honest, I don't necessarily think it's intentional. I think there's just a certain kind of person, obviously, that tends to get into astrology and becomes prominent figures in the astrological world, or the astrological field, I'll say, not the whole world. That's a little too grand, but that astrological field, especially in online spaces. But I feel like if you're an astrologer, you should know the astrology. Like there's so many things that go into how astrology is presented online that people should know this. Like the internet is a place that values very specific types of thinking and communication. There's a huge segment of people left out of this. However, more and more people are being pushed to get online and communicate online and do things online. So obviously, as this push continues to happen, there's going to be more and more clashes with people who are not actually suited for social media. It's just that simple. So, there is, the astrology field and astrology circles, and there's let's say, the peers of astrology. However, obviously, the peers of astrology are going to be different online, offline, on different types of social media. Um, you know, Long story short, there just needs to be more room for people sharing astrological knowledge and ideals in various ways using various language and types of language. If we are pushing for people to share things in very specific ways, it's just not going to work. And a whole bunch of people are not going to be educated because that is not how education works, period. You can't claim to be a good educator and not understand the most basic fundamentals of education. That is malarkey. Anyways, I'm moving on. um, but y'all know, again, y'all see that Sag. I can't help it. I be getting on my soapbox because honestly, people irritate me. Let's go. Now these are the charts for my exact return. Um, you know, and it was kind of interesting. Again, kind of similar to how, the way people talked about their Saturn return is how I felt my 2017 through well, honestly, how I felt my like 2008 to 2017 was. Um so and by the time I actually got to experience my Saturn return, it didn't necessarily feel that bad. Again, when Saturn first entered Pisces, it was just kind of like, okay, it felt all right. And then we got I was a little bit tricked, I'm not gonna lie. 2023 happened and it was honestly not, it was just like 2023. You know, because of 2017, literally kind of like as soon as the new year came, I was like, new year, new me, you know, dead ass. Like, I can't keep living like this. Something has to change, something has to give. And again, I don't want to make it sound as if like, oh, this tragedy happened and I was like, nah, I'm not gonna let that be me. It wasn't that. It was more like, um dang, we really are all going through it. This person uh had a really hard time, and however they worked so hard, like they really gave it their best. It was more that feeling like they gave it their best. The least I can do is also give it my best, you know like I'm obviously younger than every single member of Shiny. So it would have been real kind of sad and bummy if, and I'm saying bummy as in like a bummer. I don't mean bummy as in I was a bum. Um because again, when you're having a hard time, you just, every day is a blessing, honestly. Every day you make it, every day you see another sunrise, even if you're literally watching the sunrise as I did that day. Again, it was a bad night that turned into a bad morning that turned into a one long bad 48 hours because I literally didn't sleep that day. Um, I was basically up from like sun up to sun down the next day, and that's not even fair. It was like sun up to sun up because I still struggle with insomnia. So but all that to say, it was more like I need to try. If they can try, I can try. Which again, I know sounds kind of weird to have that perspective. Um, but like that's what I got out of it. I was like, he tried. You can't take that away from him. Or honestly anyone. And again, he not the first person I really admired. um Perhaps one of the most distant people to me, actually, that uh something, to have passed, kind, as we would say, before their prime, uh you know passed too soon. um but again, as I said earlier, death is neutral. It comes for us all, and we never know when it comes for us. um I kind of see death itself as a very neutral entity that either takes you or doesn't, and there's literally nothing you could do about it. Because the thing is, even if you try to go out, there's no guarantee it will actually happen, which is why I have a very kind of neutral, when it's your time stance. So again, I don't take any death really that personally. Um, but yeah, I had that experience. So obviously, people say basically your Saturn return is basically going to feel like that. Everything happening, just hard times, darkness, misery, you know, yada yada. So I was prepared, and 2023 wasn't too bad. It really wasn't. Um Again, I think perhaps a continuance of kind of 2022's themes for a little bit for me. It was mainly more like relationship things, I guess, or actually no, it was more like picking. 2022 became kind of focused on relationships, but 2017 until like 2021 was more focused on like my career, business, my personal like goals and personal things I wanted to achieve. And 2023 was definitely a continuance of that. Like 2022, we kind of went back to focusing on relationships. 2023 came along and I was like, okay, I got to focus on me now. Um and then 2024 happened. And I'll say March and April was actually more difficult than like May through August. Or no, May through July. We're going to talk about August. But May through July, it was just kind of like okay, I actually had a lot of fun. Um I worked on a lot of art, and it's interesting because a lot of that art came out of it was I feel like 2024 came along, and that's when the business and the relationship started melging, which again makes a lot of sense. And I kind of first started talking about this earlier, but then I like pivoted, probably distracted myself somehow. I'll have to recheck the video to figure out in what ways. But um makes sense. I'm a Cancer rising, so my seventh house is ruled by Capricorn. um and it, again, kind of getting back to the idea of you can only understand things the way you can understand them. I feel like just the way I even view the signs and planets is very heavily skewed um around my personal planets and placements. I do heavily associate Capricorn energy with business and partnership, and the sort of structural things that relate to the institutions of things, like say the institution of marriage, but like literal institutions, and like the concept of uh like let's say uh I don't want to say like cultural things, but um just kind of like business and business practices, and uh again, just those very kind of like one-on-one things that are involved in Saturn's topics, if that makes sense. So I kind of, it makes sense. And also, you know, getting into the concept of annual perfections, well, definitely for me during my Saturn return, those houses that are of importance to me are the fifth house, the sixth house, the seventh house. And annual perfections are just mean um it's basically a concept where each year that or not each year, but like for each age, there are certain houses that become most prominent. The themes of those houses are kind of the theme of the year for you. And for me, during the beginning of Pisces and Saturn, my fifth house was the house in charge of that year. And because my fifth house is ruled by Scorpio, that means Mars ultimately. Oh, I don't know how I keep forgetting that. I briefly touched on Mars earlier, telling y'all to check out Mars and Gemini bullying me over in the 11th and 12th house, but we'll get to that. Mars was important. And then I think right now, no, now I'm in the 7th house year. So Capricorn is also uh important. Saturn is my most important planet right now, which kind of fitting, low key. I mean, as awful as life can be, I am very thankful I'm a Cancer rising. Not to flex or anything like that, but wow, sometimes the timing do be timing. That is one thing I can always appreciate. Even when I'm feeling a little bit sad, a lot of times I'm like, oh, but that timing though, like, wow, look at God. My sixth house was prominent last year during 2024. That was the house that was kind of running things. That was the house that was in charge, which is again is kind of interesting. And also Jupiter. Jupiter was running the show for that. And again, it's kind of interesting that I did kind of feel this melding of relationships becoming important and my work becoming important at the same time. I mean, the sixth house comes off of the fifth house. It's the next house. And the fifth house does have to deal with like creativity and pleasure and, friendships. And I'm saying friendships, but it might be better. I mean, it's all relationships really. It also rules children. Um, it's kind of uh I think I've seen it put as like personal relationships, like not necessarily big groups and big gatherings, because that's the 11th house, but those, like smaller friend groups or like kind of, I don't necessarily want to say like one, like fun outings, fun smaller scale social gatherings, like parties and gaming is under the purview of the fifth house. Gambling, luck. um so yeah. And the sixth house is low key, even though it comes off of the fifth house. um Clearly, just the way that the houses work, it's a continuation of the previous themes. So how can you gamble your money away if you don't got any money? The sixth house has to deal with work. And also if you get into debt, honestly, that's probably more it. When you get into debt because of all your gambling, because the second house is still a thing. The second house is resources, um, valuables. So, after you've gambled away what you've earned and what you've worked hard for in the second house, what you got, the sixth house is like, ooh, we gotta pay some of this debt off. The sixth house is kind of and honestly, like the most mundane house. It is, work. Not necessarily your career, not necessarily your calling or anything like that. It's just that thing you do day to day, that thing you do every day. That is that thing you clock in to do. Chores. Also pets have to do with the sixth house. We're gonna get into that. Pets have to do with the sixth house. You know it's not necessarily a great house. It is also across from the 12th house, which is like the worst house. So, it definitely doesn't deal with a lot of those fun themes. So it's very interesting that for many people during their Saturn return, their sixth house is going to be one of the most prominent houses for them during that time. But the sixth house also deals with like enemies, like overt enemies. So again, very very interesting time. I'm trying to think. I'm sure in other ways it does also relate to relationships. I mean, like your working relationships, when you go clock into work, most people aren't just working by themselves. I mean, maybe if you have Aries sixth house, I'm not going to do the math to figure out what rising sign you'd have to be for that. But if you had an Aries sixth house, that might indicate being like your day job is being an entrepreneur. Um, which again, that's just a interesting random thing that could possibly be show up in someone's birth chart. But there's uh also sometimes, I mean, sometimes dealing with people can be a chore. I mean, I was definitely feeling that. I was definitely feeling that during 2024. 2024, I'm gonna be honest. Um, was it as bad as 2017? Absolutely not. I pray I never have to experience anything as bad as that again. Um, it wasn't great, but I will say 2024, I definitely felt like I was going, not that I was going crazy. I mean, to a degree, like I felt like people were trying to drive me crazy. Um, and the way I'll put it is May 19th, again, May through July was fine. March and April actually felt more difficult for me. Um, which is funny because for the life of me, I could not tell you what even happened. I think maybe I just kind of had like a falling out with a friend or anything like that, but or like something like that. But it was actually like that significant, you know. Um, again, I feel like sometimes people describe Saturn returns as cleaning up house, and it definitely just had that feeling of like, again, like sixth house, chores. I had to clean up house this year, or during 2024, and it wasn't fun, especially with Saturn being involved. Squaring my Jupiter because it natally squares. Oh, that's it. Again, some of these things is like I live with it, so I'd be forgetting there's significance to the big deal of it. But yeah, Jupiter, Saturn, of course, was moved back into place. And honestly, March through April, I was probably feeling Saturn encroaching in on my natal Saturn and encroaching in on that square to Jupiter, which me personally, a lot of times transits, I like, to me, it's always the lead up to that I feel the most, not necessarily the actual, like, exact degree. Usually, when the degree comes, I'm like, oh, okay, it's whatever, it's fine. I was tripping. But leading up to it, I'm like, oh, this is it. This is the end of the world. This is terrible. This feels awful. I physically feel it in my body. Um, so yeah, March through April was not great. But natally, I have my moon and Saturn square my where are you? Where's Jupiter? My Jupiter and Mercury. Um, that's just something that I live with. So having Saturn move back into place, that was not fun. But again, I natally have that. So when it actually got to the time of, May 19th, and when Saturn was actually properly finally in return for, a good while, I was like, oh wait, actually it's not that bad. And I'll say definitely during this time it was very much a feeling of like me kind of being like, oh wait, that's right. This is life. We do live with this. We know how to deal with this. We've experienced all this before, and we used to deal with things in certain ways. Like, why did we stop doing this? Why did we start allowing certain behavior? Why did we, you know, like, how could we let certain things get this far? Like, we didn't used to do this before. So why did we start doing this? It clearly wasn't working, just like those sort of feelings and experiences. And then August 10th happened, and I remember August 10th because again, a lot of times I just be feeling things in my bones. I'll be feeling it in my body, y'all. I remember exactly that Saturn went retrograde. And mind you, because again, I'm just a student, I'm a baby. I don't have like dates for transits off the top of my head yet. I'm not at that level. I'm not at that level. So the fact that when I was like, wait, that's right, I need to check for my exact returns, and I probably should at least figure out at least one of the retrogrades that happened. I was like, August 10th. That's got to be a significant date. Let me check that. And it was. Because I literally felt it. And I don't remember what exactly happened this day. I do remember feeling a little bit bad because, one of my friends has a birthday in early August. So I was like, I felt so bad about not like feeling my best during this time. Because, you want to celebrate with your girls, you always want to celebrate the homies. But I was not feeling it. Um, and again, I don't remember what exactly happened or who it was, and there's some things I thought I wrote down, but I guess I didn't. And in in fairness, I don't always write down every like bad mood I have or like every bad dream I have, because low key I'm like sometimes that just gives it energy and I don't want to do that. Like, I experienced it, I'm gonna feel my feelings, I'm gonna move on, and it's dead to me. We just gonna dead it and go on, which is honestly probably something I did get back to doing during this transit, because that is how I used to be. And again, we'll get into a little later, but yeah, August 10th was a doozy. I mean, you could look at all this going on. Mars is still in Gemini, conjunct Jupiter. I think it was opposing. Oh, yes, look at that. Opposing my sun. I know they say if you have a night chart, then what do they say? You know what? I think they do say your worst malefic should be Mars, and your most helpful, well, not helpful, but dealing with Saturn is a little easier. I definitely felt that during this transit because, again, Saturn was okay. I'd already experienced the terrors of Saturn when Saturn was conjunct my Sun and my Pluto and my Mars and my Mercury and my Jupiter and square my moon and my Saturn. It was it was not fun. It was not fun. Um but Mars running amok in M- Gemini. I keep wanting to say Mercury. The Mars running amok in Gemini, that was garbage. That was hot caca. And makes sense. Gemini was, or not Gemini, but Mars is in my 11th house. There definitely were Mars 11th house shenanigans going on. I can't lie about that. And again, conjunct Jupiter, they just were teaming up to, they was just dogging me out. They were double teaming. It was a tag team fighting game going on, and I didn't get a tag team partner. Saturn was too busy being like, "Hey girl, hey Saturn, hey Moon, you miss me, you remember me? We used to have a great time together. I came back into the neighborhood. What's good? What's changed? Ooh, you got new curtains. I like that. That's cute. That's cute, Saturn from 1995. Okay, I see you, girl." And I'm over here like, "Please help me. Please stop talking. Please. Jupiter's got a Glock. Mars has a bazooka, save me." And they're just like, "OMG, you moved into a new house, this is nice. Oh yeah, by the way, you still with that dirty old ex of yours? Yeah, I'm talking to you, Jupiter and Mercury. Like, not y'all beefing again. I thought we already dealt with this beef. Why are we beefing again?" That's what I felt like 2024, particularly August 10th, and honestly onward. And I will have one last Saturn return during my 30s. God willing, I'll have at least two more Saturn returns. Um, who knows if science gets even. Actually, I don't want to have three Saturn returns. That's a bit much. I'll be okay with two. I just because I want to be 90 years old. That'd be fun. I would like to be a 90-year-old. I just think 90 is a good number, honestly. That's unrelated. Um, but yeah, I'll have one last Saturn return February 6th. Looking forward to that. It's gonna be really fun. There are just certain things people say happen during Saturn returns, and again, I'm holding out hope. I'm holding out hope that I'll truly get that full Saturn return experience. There's some things I've already experienced, but hey, I haven't gotten married or divorced, so that might be fun. I mean, maybe not the divorce part, the marriage part might be a little fun. That might be exciting. So we'll see. There's still a chance. There's still hope. Let's move on. And then this is the chart for the last day in Pisces, May 24th, 2025. Um, it's interesting because I was trying to find the exact time that Saturn would leave Pisces and enter Aries, and I just love the fact that, like, literally kind of on the midnight hour Saturn goes into Aries, which low key, that in itself is such like a story. This is why I love astrology, because like the storytelling within it, the like low key, if you ever have any kind of creative block, just observe nature. Just observe the passing of time. I promise you it'll be so helpful. I promise you, like, the fact that Saturn took its sweet time in Pisces and then decided, I'm just okay, now we're gonna get into Aries. I think it's 11:35 my time. Like, what a number. What a number. Like, not quite at 12, but almost like, and it's almost like the literally next day. It's like, okay, now we're in Aries. Like, it's just, I don't know how to describe it. It's like just so Saturn and Pisces. It's like so Saturn and Aries. Like, wow, Saturn's that girl. She really is about timing. We could learn something from that. Um, you know, by the time by the time Saturn left Pisces though, Jupiter is so close, so close to entering Cancer, y'all. I am salivating. Like, I am so excited when that happens. I'm gonna be so annoying, so trifling. I'm gonna dare people to say or do anything about it. Cause again, I've been through the ringer. I deserve this, honestly. I deserve some good news or good lunch. I just honestly, yeah, I do deserve good lunch, honestly. Slightly related, honestly, slightly related to the trials and tribulations of the past many years. um, but also Mars, y'all, I need to find specifically the charts for it. And even in the midst of while it was happening, I couldn't quite pinpoint for myself the charts and what was going on. But during like between, cuz yes, we have the moment Saturn went retrograde in Pisces. Also, in my exact degree, mind you, um, which I don't remember, and I forgot to check exactly if it went retrograde into my degree. Like when it retrograded, it was like, yes, let's double back, let's do this again. Or if while it was retrograde, it went back into my degree. But either way, either way, um, from that point on into now, basically, because May 24th was not that long ago. And when this video is up, it'll still have, it won't have even been a full month yet that Saturn was in Pisces. Um, so still more shenanigans with Mars. You see over here how Mars is in Leo, looking all happy and cute. Woo woo, we love Mars and Leo. We were very happy for Mars to enter Leo, because while Mars was in Cancer, and the thing is, even though I'm gonna be so hype when Jupiter enters Cancer, low key, I kind of feel like I have no right to be, because I have such a late degree rising that the while yes, I know about whole sign houses, don't come at me, bro. I know technically every low key in astrology, sometimes the planets and transits be happening everywhere, everything all at once. Everywhere, every way all at once, I should say. Cause whole sign house, yay, Jupiter's gonna be in my first house, woo woo woo. But Placid is. And I again, I say to a degree every system is correct, and I feel like sometimes the things you're feeling astrologically can be explained by other ways of reading a chart and creating a chart. Um so I know Jupiter's still gonna be in my 12th house for a good while before it's in my first house. And if we're talking whole sign, it'll be a good while until Jupiter's even conjunct my ascendant. So I know it's not gonna be all that fun, all that gravy. Especially because again, Mars was in this little bitty for so long, y'all, so long, and I definitely was feeling it. I was feeling it. I definitely was starting to feel very it was hard. I will say again, Saturn returns are about learning from past mistakes, learning from previous situations, and moving on. There are definitely certain old behaviors that wanted to crop up, and low key, um, part of why my time before 2018 was so difficult was because I was trying new things. I was trying different ways to be. And, obviously it didn't quite work, because now with Saturn and Pisces, I've changed even some of that. I've changed some of my approach. But we were figuring it out, honestly, during that time. We were really figuring it out, because I'll be the first to admit I was a little bit of a terror. I was. not an unkind child. Because we are talking about a long period of time. I mean, low key, we're talking about basically again like 0 to 30. Um, that's a wide range of ages and various levels of maturity and experience and all that good stuff. So, I was many different versions of myself. Um, but just, while we all have many different versions of ourselves, every version of ourselves is built off of the previous version. So, I definitely, while Mars was in Cancer, in my 12th house, in my house of solitude and isolation and, reflection and retrospection, I definitely had to really be like, who am I? What am I doing? And, who am I? You know what? I'll put it like this. Now that I think about it, because it's interesting. One of my friends, we have 12th house synastry, both of us. We, and the funniest thing is we have like opposite planets in each other's 12th houses at that. And our 12th houses are ruled by kind of opposite rulers, if I'm remembering correctly. Oh no, actually no. I mean, in a way they are, just because again, the way my chart is set up, low key that is even part of why our planets fall in each other's houses the way they, or yeah, fall into each other's houses the way they do, because my chart is so funky. Um, but the thing I've been reflecting on in that synastry, not to go on too much of a tangent, is kind of the ideal of who do you let in your not even that, but like when you're in isolation, who do you let even in like awareness of that, or like who are you in isolation with? You know, low key, if you are going to be expelled from something or somewhere, or if you are excommunicated, or if you are um if you are exiled, what does that mean? Like, who determines that? Because if you're like always alone, if you're a loner, it's not expulsion, it's not exile, because exile only happens and matters because you are removed from society. But if you're not even a part of society in the first place, what society are you removing yourself from? So, this period of the transit definitely kind of made that more clear to me. Definitely figuring out, and I don't want to say like who's in my circle for real, who's not in my circle, because that sounds so conspiratorial. But low key, that is also the 12th house. The 12th house is about conspiracies and things you can't see. That is definitely something I've always struggled with. I'm not necessarily uh I mean, the thing about 12th house matters is, and probably because my 12th house is ruled by Gemini, I low key don't care. I mean, again, look, I have all these planets over here, and in whole sign house systems, all my planets are across from the 12th house. So, like, I'm wouldn't be surprised if I do have a whole bunch of hidden enemies because I just be saying anything I want to, and no one can stop me. Um, people can try, but it's not gonna stop me. I'm just not gonna stop. I'm always going to be me. I'm always going to say what I say and do the things I do, and people can be mad. And the thing about the 12th house, it's hidden enemies. So like at the end of the day, I firmly believe it's not even my business. Like if someone hates me, okay, what does that have to do with me? That's like their people are entitled to their feelings and opinions. Now, the thing is when people act on it, when people move from the 12th house energy into 6th house energy, when people go from being hidden enemies to just downright blatant energy enemies, that's a problem. That's when I'm going to get activated. But again, all these planets over here, do you really want to activate against me? I'll enjoy it. I'll have fun, you know. Oh yes, during this time, I don't think it was between the August 10th and May 24th. I think it was before then. Possibly even before Saturn even entered Pisces. Possibly not. I'm pretty sure it was quite recent. I actually had a dream about my Sag Mars and how it's a pretty good indicator of not just the fact I enjoy fighting, but like the fact that enjoy fighting. Like it's fun for me. It's a pastime. Um, again, makes sense. Sixth house ruled by Sag, 12th house ruled by Gemini. How does the one Monica song go? Sometimes I have to fight because my mouth's too slick. Story of my life, honestly. You know, and again with Mars and Cancer in this 12th house for so long, and then finally moving into Leo, into the first, into the second. Like, honestly, I was just so happy that when Mars finally left Cancer, because it was in there for a while and there was some retrogrades and stuff, and there was just a lot going on. There was a lot going on, and it wasn't really fun. Especially because, Cancer and Sag, I have a Sag Mars natally, so it's just not Mars, Cancer Mars energies is not energy I'm familiar with. It's so opposite. I'm pretty sure Cancer and Sag are in conjunct. Like they don't see each other, they don't really got anything to do with each other. Um, it wasn't fun. It was very like, what is happening and why is everyone going crazy? That's how I felt. I was like, people are really trying to get me to act out a character. And it's just like not going to happen largely because I realized people didn't know my character to even try to get me out of character, which honestly, that in itself is what was most aggravating and annoying to me. Like, if you at least knew how to make me mad or like knew how to insult me properly, like I wouldn't be feeling so upset. But like that just really shows how little you know me. Like to think I wouldn't do certain things or to think I would do certain things, like dang, that hurt my feelings. That was when that Mars Cancer energy came in. Like, dang, we really weren't that close. Like, I truly was just some girl, huh? And that dig at the ego, man. Which honestly, checkmate on if that was the intent of some people's behavior during this time. They sure did it. I mean, that is one way to get a Sag down is to check the ego. um, let's see. Oh yes, Moon in Aries. I honestly don't have actually anything to say about that. Oh yes, another thing. Pluto moved into Aquarius, I think, by this time. We can go back right quick to see. Let's see, where's Pluto? Um, okay, I think Pluto, yeah, sometime between 2023 and 2024, Pluto moved into um Aquarius, which was honestly interesting for the astrologers. I don't go here. That's above my pay grade. I'm not that far in my studies yet. But it was very interesting to observe. Uh, Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, honestly, I think that's kind of it for the last day in Pisces. I mean, I will say things were definitely getting hairy because, again, 2023, I was fine. It was okay. I was like, honestly, fully prepared for some things, started working on some things, started trying to put some things in motion. 2024 came around. There was a lot of upsets, a lot of changes, a lot of having to reconfigure things. I mean, you know what they say, man makes plans and God laughs. God was having comedy night every night during 2024. But again, still not as bad. I cannot emphasize this enough. Still not as bad as previous years I've experienced in life. It was a lot of emotional things going on, which again makes sense. Saturn in Pisces, Mars in Cancer. There you go. I feel like the last day of Saturn being in Pisces was a very kind of, and again, some things are hard to explain because it's not so much that things happen. Like it wasn't big events, it wasn't wild things, which I guess makes sense with 2024 being a year about focusing on my sixth house, very mundane things. But it was also very frustrating because feel like when everyday things and situations aren't quite going to plan or going well or having a lot of restrictions around it and having a lot of redundancies and um slows slowing down, that is honestly some of the most frustrating things at all. Oh, of all, not at all. But which honestly probably is partially what contributed to 2017 terror. Cause again, that's my Sag house, that's where most of my planets are. Saturn being in there, not just like aspecting it, but physically being there for so long. I could see why that would push someone on edge. It definitely pushed me on edge, and having to experience, just like re-glimpse of it or experiencing it, but in like new and exciting ways again. Um, or not again, but it was definitely interesting, and moving into this year I definitely was like, okay, either someone's going to jail or I'm going to jail, but jail may be involved. And then Saturn went into Aries, and I was like, oh, never mind. It's all better. It's very strange how Saturn entered Aries, and suddenly, all of a sudden, everything just got better. People stopped acting crazy. Suddenly, things started turning right for people. It was wild. Like everyone was just kind of in their feelings, honestly. And maybe or maybe Mars moving into Leo helped relieve some of that tension of Mars being in the sign it is least comfortable in, because Mars is in fall in Cancer. So I'm sure everyone was just like on edge. But honestly, let's move on. Saturn's lessons. Of course, we've talked quite at length already about this. One of the most prominent things of this transit that came up was endings, which is a prominent theme that comes up in general when we're talking about and dealing with Saturn. You know, I mentioned before how, up to this point, I've experienced a lot of death but not necessarily like personally though. It's always been again like people kind of close to me, but not like intimately close. Like death of fellow students, death of mentors, death of like the people around me had and have experienced a lot of death. That was a big thing that's, happened for me. Like I have one mutual, we don't talk anymore. And it's because every time I would reach out to them, literally every time, because, we would talk for a bit, then kind of ghost each other, then start talking again. And every time someone in their family died. And again, for the longest time, I just kind of like, and at this point, I'd already kind of experienced this with other people too. So it was hard kind of not to take it personally that whenever I show up somewhere or whenever I get close to people, the people that are close to them start dying. So, it's always been things like that of like people around me have experienced a lot of grief and death, but like me personally, I hadn't quite experienced that yet. Like again, I've had, people I've admired, people that have helped me, people I've respected die, but like they weren't family and they weren't friends, like personal close friends. Um, they were like acquaintances or even like people I had maybe wanted to get closer to, but for various reasons, we just couldn't get there or like maintain those bonds. And honestly, I'm not even gonna get into some of the situations and shenanigans around that, but I will say, honestly, I'll save that for another section of this. But for various reasons, there are people I've been close to, but have had to uh and not have to, but had distanced myself from, but in the time of the distancing is when they pass, which again doesn't feel great, especially when people, end their own lives and it's after you've stepped away from them. Especially when you're young, it's hard not to take things like that personally and be like, oh, it must be my fault. Maybe I could have done something, especially because during the time I was coming up, there is so many things around, like basically telling children it's their fault other children are having mental health issues and mental health crises. Like, you know, love is respected, don't bully, and, if weird kids wouldn't shoot up schools if you just would befriend them. They just need more friends. Like so much of the, literature and media was pushing this narrative of if bad things happen to other kids, it's your fault. If you see something, say something. And it's like, I'm just a child. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a professional. I'm not an adult. I'm not equipped to handle these things, especially because a lot of times, if your friend is someone that is having a hard time, you're probably also having a hard time because, again, birds of a feather do in fact flock together. So, it's kind of like how people now that are older are realizing, hey, I was probably neurodivergent as a kid, and that's why, or, I'm neurodivergent. They're realizing they're neurodivergent, and they're realizing those neurodivergent kids that they thought were like, oh, they're unique. Well, that was probably your bestie because that was your cousin. Like, y'all both neurodivergent. That's why y'all got along so well. It's that feeling, those realizations. Um, that was kind of the situation I grew up in. Just being around people who had such heavy things they were dealing with and struggling not to take that on myself, and even feeling a little bit of, you know, uh guilt and grief over that, because like, you want to help people, you want to do everything you can, And it was very hard for me growing up um to kind of distance myself from people and not carry more than I needed to carry. Because, I mean, low key, again, y'all saw the chart. I'm a Sag. I have a whole bunch of Sag in my chart. I have a whole bunch of Jupiter ruled planets in my chart, Jupiter influenced planets in my chart. Like, I can carry the burden, sadly, not even sadly, but just like I can do it. Very much having to learn that just because you can do it doesn't mean you should do it. And that's honestly part of what came up during this transit of having to really be like, just because I can do it doesn't mean I should do it. And especially, it's one thing when you're young and you're trying to help out another fellow young friend. It's another thing if you're young and you're trying to help out a grown person. And it's another thing when you become grown and you're trying to help or not even other, but you're trying to help young people. And there's a difference, of course, then also of being grown and trying to help out another grown adult. And, now that we are of the ages we are, I'm like, I have my own like I have my own burdens to carry. I don't really necessarily I won't say that it's not even that I don't have the space or capacity to carry other people's burdens too, is that it's not my job to do that. Especially, as I'm getting older, there are things I need to put first for myself. Um, like I now at this age I've experienced the first death of a grandparent. Um, that happened I think last year, and low key it is last year a lot was going on. It is slightly a bit of a blur, but I'm pretty sure it was last year. And again, kind of interesting because that grandparent is a Aquarius, and sidereally, my Saturn is in Aquarius. But also just the fact that I have an Aquarius eighth house, you know, regardless of how we're doing the charts, I always have an Aquarius eighth house because I'm always a Cancer, unless we're casting the chart in, you know, different ways from literally just what sign was literally rising at that moment. I also experienced the first death of a pet. Uh, up until now we've had pets, but we hadn't actually kept them long enough uh to where they've reached like old age with us. We've for one reason or another have had to give up our pets, but this time we adopted an older cat. Um and we had a good uh almost a full decade with her. She was on the older side. They told us when we adopted her, like they gave us an age, but low key, I know my cats. Cats were my first special interest, if you will. I still regularly seek out uh studies and various educational material on cats. So I knew she was a little bit on the older side. And again, just, kind of like with not just Jong Hyun, but like various other uh situations, I kind of had a sensation of, you know, I like I knew, and I don't know if I wrote it down anywhere, but like again, I knew this year would be our last year with her when we got her. She was already on the older side. Um, Cats, they do live pretty long. They do tend to live longer than dogs do. Especially if it's, a good, well-kept cat with decent genes. Because, like all living things, it really depends on the the body you inherit, really. But she was a good cat. But she just started to get sick. Um, there are just certain things that tend to come with age. And so we had to put her down. But I will say it's very interesting that it happened the week Saturn left Pisces. And another kind of funny on the nose thing. I mean, I always joked about her being my great aunt. She was an older cat. She acted older. She had taste in like older stuff. Like she loved older music. Um, she liked watching older TV. She was an old girl. She was an old girl. She had an old soul. I'm not entirely unconvinced she wasn't just an old black lady trapped in a little gray cat body. Um, because that was just the vibe she gave off, honestly. That was just how she acted. It was hilarious. But that week she passed was the week that Saturn left Pisces. It's kind of funny that my moon is conjunct my Saturn, kind of on the nose that during Saturn's transit back in that area crossing over my moon, um, I would lose an older female figure in my life. Now, granted, it was a cat, but like I don't know, that's just funny to me. Sometimes that's how astrology works. Also Saturn left Pisces. No, literally just the day before. Uh, Actually, I won't say that. But for various moon-related reasons, it's very interesting. Um, I already mentioned earlier that I am disabled. I have various health issues. I definitely had a lot of flare-ups during this time. But also I think I did. I think I started PT for my health issues 2023. I wasn't able to go back 2024 because I was just so busy and so on the go with so many things, and honestly really put to test how well my physical therapy was working. And I mean, I definitely have to get back into my exercises now, especially Saturn and Aries. I don't want to I'm learning anytime Saturn is playing with them fire signs, I don't want no parts in it, and I'm just gonna be good, take my vitamins, drink my water, do the things I gotta do, and not uh lollygag about it or do it flippantly. Cause if you don't do it, it'll do you. um but definitely had some health things come up and just really had to sit with my health. I mean, obviously it's a big thing to be of a certain age and not be able to hit certain markers because you just physically can't, because that's just not how your body works. That's just not what works for you. I've been disabled my whole life, but I've not been able to treat my disabilities my whole life. I've not always had doctors be the most helpful with these various disabilities. So again, kind of starting in, you know 2017, uh finally being able to start to get the help I need for certain things, kind of culminating then in like 2023 to me having this PT that was so helpful, which is makes sense at the end of the day because the PT I had was pelvic floor therapy. Which I mean, my moon is conjunct my Saturn. It makes sense during my Saturn return, I would do a type of therapy to kind of help me with those lunar issues. And again, the Scorpio does rule the pelvic area, if you will. And I do have that is where in Placidus at least a lot of my uh planets are. And just in general, I think I did start my pelvic floor therapy during Scorpio season, actually. Yeah, I did. I started my pelvic floor therapy during Scorpio season. And shoot, it was probably a Scorpio moon too at some point. That might have been when I started. So yeah, uh, little some things astrologically were quite on the nose. Um, in 2023 was also my fifth house perfection year, which again ruled by Scorpio. So yeah, and it was a fun experience. And now honestly, I'd tell everyone to get pelvic floor therapy. It was so helpful for me. Who knew that so many of my health issues were just related to the fact that my pelvic floor is so tense? That's honestly kind of crazy. It's kind of insane how that happens. Actually now my pelvic floor is very tense again, and I got to do something about that. But that's kind of the beauty of Saturn returns. We uh you know yes, we experience hardships, but through dealing with those hardships we learn how to move forward in the future. um I again, my health and the things I was dealing with were very bad. I mean, I've talked about it a bit like on my blog and in other places. Um, I can have very bad migraines. Oh, excuse me. I experience aphasia. I have just in general, you know, the migraines really don't help with the other issues I have. Like, I do have various learning disabilities. I am autistic, which probably accounts for my muscles just kind of doing whatever they feel like doing, and the tension my body just kind of naturally holds. And honestly, just pelvic floor therapy helped because it basically helped me kind of connect with my body and um gain an awareness of my body, and I learned how my body works, and I learned how to do certain things properly. It was kind of an embarrassing process. It was kind of awkward, but I've already mentioned quite a few embarrassing things already. Life is just a little bit embarrassing sometimes, and it's largely just because as Saturn rules over mortality, I feel like a lot of sometimes how people move through the world, me included, is kind of an embarrassment of our own mortality and our own humanness. That's definitely something I struggled with. Like, I've always kind of been aware of the fact that I am an emotional person. I am someone who grieves often and grieves heavily, and a lot of times I just feel like I'm just always in grief. I've experienced a lot of loss. I've grew up all kinds of places. And while it was nice having the experience, from a young age, different cultures and different countries and different ways of living, that means on the offset of that, though, I don't have a hometown. I don't really have a home base. I honestly don't really have a home. I live with my parents. I don't have my own space. That's largely because of the disability. There's just a lot of things I just don't have, and a lot of resources I've not had access to and still don't have access to. I've just had a lack of a lot in life. And during this transit, I've definitely had to learn how to kind of deal with that, how to accept that, how to even move on from that. Because, when you do grow up lacking a lot of things, people always talk about the lack mindset, which low key, I don't really like that phrasing because, like, when you don't have things, you're going to feel the loss. And it's not very helpful to kind of chide people and scold them for honestly grieving that loss. Like, we need to feel our emotions no matter why they exist and why we feel them. Should we necessarily linger in our emotions? No. And I feel like Saturn and Pisces has been a transit that has been helping people through that. Um, kind of, or at least it should be, kind of getting back to, I almost wish Black Panther 2 came out during this time, but I also know it had to come out when and how it did because it helped push these conversations forward and push these themes forward, because it was very much a movie about grief and loss and death and surrendering to that and the feelings that come out of that and surrendering to these experiences that are very just innate and natural and unavoidable to living. That is life. These are things we all face and we all deal with. And, especially again, you know, you could say 5 years into a pandemic, COVID is still out there. A lot of people have lost people. A lot of people have, lost pieces of themselves. A lot of people have, experienced an immense amount of loss and grief. But I feel like in our society, what we tell people to do is to push through it and soldier through and to not linger too long on it, instead of what we should be telling people to do, which is to just surrender to the experience. Feel your emotions, move through your grief. Don't push through it, you need to move through it. You need to move with it. That's how Pisces works. Pisces doesn't try to work against the water. Pisces basically tries to become one with the water. You know, the way you work your way out of a riptide, which I think is a fair way to describe the Saturn and Pisces experience. It is like being caught in a riptide. You're scared, you don't know what's going on, you accidentally kind of stumbled your way too far from shore, or even if you didn't think you were that far from shore, you thought you were doing everything right, but you're still caught in the riptide. You misjudged a section of the ocean. Now you're trapped. But the way you get out of a riptide is not by, thrashing and trying to work against it and tiring yourself out. You kind of have to flow with it until you could safely and calmly get out of it. It's like quicksand. That's another way you could kind of describe trying to fight against Pisces forces, honestly. It's like being trapped in quicksand. The more you thrash, the more you sink. But if you calm yourself, you get loose, you don't be, too stiff, too erratic, you know, you could ease your way out of it. And oftentimes these are also things you that happen with help. I think we often tell people to deal with these things in private and in silence, and to do it quietly and unobtrusively, and that also just doesn't work. We need to grieve together. We need to work through our feelings and difficulties together. If someone is having a hard time, the thing that helps them isn't to be like to send them into a dark room in a dark corner of a dark house somewhere and be like, okay, come back out when you're better. You people need, we're social. We need connections. We need to know. Kind of getting back to, the 12th house, you know, when I was dealing with what I was dealing with before, I dealt with all that alone. I think a lot of people, if they know me personally, will watch this video and be like, I had no idea that is what was going on with you. Because, I didn't tell anyone. It was just kind of what I was dealing with. And again, like I mentioned, a lot of people around me have been dealing with and deal with a lot of stuff. So, I didn't want to add on to their burdens. So, I just kind of swallowed it all down and I put it into my art and I put it into, my work, and I put it into a new desire to try other things. But again, I just started kind of switching it up. I didn't really tell anyone why. I just, started reaching back out to friends. I just started, sharing more of my things on social media. I just started, planning more and really deciding to do things. But I did all that alone. And now I'm like, it didn't have to, even though it worked, to a degree, even though I did get out of that, hole I dug beneath the barrel and out the hole of that barrel and out the barrel. you know, Even though I got out of that and I was able to pull myself out of that, it would have been so much easier if I didn't have to do all that alone. And now, I'm not doing those things alone. I am reaching out to people more. I am talking to people more and sharing with people more, even when it's hard. And honestly, even when people themselves, because again, part of why we do keep things to ourselves and not share is because the people around us are not equipped either to deal with that or handle that. But also sometimes of clunky, I'm sorry, a clunky RIP, I hope you're okay. Let me know if you need anything. Uh, is enough. Sometimes that in itself has meaning. And then it's also on us when people do that to actually take them up on it. If someone says, let me know if you need anything, we then need to not assume. And again, I am speaking of myself a little bit here too. We need to not assume that they're just saying it absently, in that, they mean it. And especially because a lot of times people say platitudes because they don't know what else to say and they don't know how else to say things. Um, we have social scripts for a reason. They work. They're common said things because they're common sentiments. And again, we just need to, when people extend that hand, to take that hand and trust that they're not just going to let go or pull back. And again, that's hard. That's hard. I mean, some of the losses I've experienced during this time is the loss of relationships. There's some people I don't talk to now. There's some people that I'm sure have even tried to reach out, but I was like, no, no, I'm good. I don't need your company. Our ship has sailed. And again, it's not personal. It's just where I'm at. And it's again kind of going back to those 12th house lessons of to even be cast out, you need to have been in in the first place, and really having to learn that and accept that and understand that. And while it hurts to have to realize, oh, maybe those people didn't actually like me as much as I thought they did, or maybe they didn't even like me at all, or maybe those people kind of wanted different things than I did. um or even sometimes it's just as simple as, oh, we were not on the same page at all. We weren't even having the same conversation. And in fact, we were just kind of like two people standing next to each other in a room, being like, I they're we're both wearing blue, so I think we're both here for the same convention, and not realizing we're wearing two different shades of blue for a reason. Or even if it's the same shade of blue, but it could be like, well, you're wearing this shade of blue for that thing, but I'm actually wearing this shade of blue for that thing. This just ain't gonna work. We're not even speaking the same language. And kind of dealing with that and accepting that. And sometimes when we are going through these hard times, because we're confused of who's actually kind of in our circles and who's actually supporting us and who's actually seeing us, sometimes people are saying things just to say things and just to have platitudes, and just because it's the thing you do when people tell you certain things, but they don't, when they say reach out, they don't actually mean it. Sometimes we can take, reach for those hands and they do pull back or they let us go. Um, but you also, and it is difficult when you are having a hard time to have the frame of mind to do this, but you do also have to understand that, again, people can, just like, they're always saying to meet people where they are. That kind of has to do with everything. And a lot of times when we're blindsided by other people's behavior, it's because we chose to ignore certain things. And again, I definitely did this too. There's certain people I don't talk to now because I'm like, oh, you weren't kidding. Or like those things I thought were kind of weird, or those things I thought were um quirks weren't quirks. They were parts of the system. And I was like, oh, that's embarrassing. I those red flags were indeed red. I really should have took my tinted glasses off. And again, especially for me, a lot of things that were happening from 2017 to 2018 and in 2022, I should have let those things be the things that stopped me. And I should have let those things be the thing that tipped me off to certain patterns of behavior and ideologies and ideals and situations. But I was like, no, but like, I don't want to be a bad friend. I've had people treat me certain ways or assumed certain things about me and they weren't true. And, it really hurt my feelings. I don't want to do that to other people. But sometimes you also got a reminder that you're you and other people are them. Kind of getting back to, we were all raised in, again, if you're of a certain age, we were all kind of raised with the ideal that it is on us personally, single handedly, to change the world, because for whatever reason, it was just too hard for the adults in our lives. It was too hard for them to lock up their guns and tell their kids that sometimes people just don't want to hang out with you because you're rude and irresponsible and you're not nice to be around. So of course the other kids aren't going to want to be around you. You're weird and disrespectful. Like, mean people don't make friends easily. I don't know what to tell you. Instead of doing that, instead of the adults doing the hard work of parenting and I don't raising their kids and actually caring about teaching their classes and being proper administrators for their schools. They said, this is on y'all. Y'all get to do this. Have fun. Um, we don't really have to carry that anymore. That actually wasn't our business. That wasn't our jobs. We weren't being paid to do that. Um, and now that we're older and we've had the chance to grow ourselves and change and learn things and change our opinions on things and change our behavior, it's actually quite fair to be like, oh, but they haven't. Or even, oh, but they're going in other directions. Like, it's okay to step back or step away when people are just going places you don't want to go or you can't go, or, in places you're not going. you know, I definitely had to, not just learn how to work through my emotions, but also learn how to differentiate my personal feelings from other people's projections of their feelings onto me, and just generally other people's projections onto me. That's something I've always struggled with. I've basically spent my whole life being told I'm a terrible, emotionless monster, and I'm so mean and so awful. Then to people pivoting and being like, oh, you're so kind and you're so nice and, loving all the things I can do for them, to now being like, none of that is honestly any of my business or matters. It doesn't really matter other people's opinions of me, good or bad. Because again, it's not my business. It has nothing to do with me. Um, people can have their thoughts and opinions. I'm also entitled to my thoughts and opinions. And ultimately, based off of, the ways we view and want to engage with the world, I can either choose to let people remain in my world or to not have them in my world anymore. And I've definitely gotten better because, again, people used to think I was very harsh when I was younger because I was very good at the whole boundaries things. But, somewhere along the line, I got a little bad at it. Again, because, so many moves. I wanted to make friends, I wanted to try and maintain relationships. With autism, it's very difficult to engage with other people socially and maintain and have healthy relationships and connections in the first place. Um, so things got a little shaky there for a minute. I can't lie, but with Saturn and Pisces, and with age ultimately, I was just like, I'm too old for this. Honestly, like anytime it starts to feel too much like high school, I'm like, I'm good. I already did high school. I barely survived it. You want me to do more of it? No, thank you. Next, we have transformation. The good thing I would say about Saturn transits is the fact that, again, yes, difficulties happen, but ultimately we we will go through them. Like the fact that I'm here talking to you is proof I've already gone through some pretty, gnarly Saturnian stuff. But I'm here, and hopefully, I've learned from my past experiences and I'm learning from this experience. And when I have my next Saturn return, Yes, there'll probably be some things and themes that show up again, but hopefully I'll have learned from this Saturn transit. And when I have my next Saturn transit, things will be a little bit different. Things will, even if it seems like a new song but with the same refrain, I'll be able to, write some new words to ultimately change it and, give it a different light, give it maybe more pep in its step. The thing about your first Saturn return, and I mean, yes, I've mentioned, 2017 specifically, but even that was only like a little part of my life. I've been around for almost 3 decades now. That's not nothing. Clearly, not everyone makes it that far. Again, for various reasons, life is unpredictable. We don't really know what happens. And even with astrology, good astrologers can get pretty accurate, but no astrologer is 100% because the thing is, trying to predict the future is very rarely ever 100%. Even when you're using various more scientific methods or, more acceptable methods of prediction, um, you know, there's this kind of certain things in life that just are, and one of the things in life is unpredictability. So the best thing we can do is try to work with life, work with, our timing, our own timings, not worrying about what other people are doing, how things are going for other people, but just truly focusing in on ourselves. And yes, it's said a lot, but it's true. It's hard, but it is true. And the beauty of Saturn returns is that it gives us a chance to look back on life and really be like, wow, I've, you know, lived this long, I've experienced this much, I've done these many things, and whether the things you've accomplished are considered big or small, as long as it's significant to you, it's important. Uh, yes, I've had some loss of relationships, but I keep bringing up my friends, and that's because, yeah, I've lost some friends, but I've also gained some friends too during this time. I've also, gotten to do various things with friends, and I've gotten to meet new people and have new experiences with people, and just generally, I before was very, I mean, I'm still pretty paranoid, sadly, the best way to heal relationship related issues is to be in relationships that are healthy and don't have those issues. So that means you're gonna have to involve other people. You can't just like heal from relationship trauma on your own. That only happens with the help of other people that basically show you and get your body into recognizing what it's like to be in good relationships. Um, you know, a lot of things do kind of, there were a lot of callbacks to previous years of my life. Yes, some things do in fact go all the way back to childhood. I think a bit obviously, again, I am a Cancer rising. I do have that uh Saturn conjunct moon, and my fifth house is very busy. Um Clearly my youth was full of a lot of things going on. But also that's not a bad thing. I think people also do have a lot of shame about like just generally not being perfect and not having these perfect lives, and having things from their past that they just struggle with letting go of and struggle with holding on to. But like that's just very human. I mean, no one's perfect, no one has a perfect life. Even people you think have perfect lives don't have perfect lives, especially because a lot of times people are just kind of like, I don't want to say some people are just built to be like sad, or some people are just built to be like angry all the time, but sometimes it is like that. It's not necessarily even that something specific happened and you have all this trauma, and now, your life has gone off the rails. Sometimes it's just you as a person, the way you view the world, the way you interpret the world, the way you experience the world, you know, that is just coloring everything about your life. And to a degree, can you control that? Yes. But also, you kind of can't. There are so many things that go into what makes us us, what makes us individuals, what makes us different from other people. And, yes, a lot of that does go back to childhood and how we're raised and who our families are and where we grew up and the environments we grew up in and what sort of education did we get? What were our friends like? Are we, we were you disabled? Were you not disabled? What was your race? What was your gender? So many things go into building the tapestry of people's lives that it is just kind of impossible and not helpful to be like, to be dismissive of even the seemingly small things that like set people off, or, you know, s- remain like points of hardness and pain for other people. And even for yourself, it's not helpful to be like, "Ugh, why can't I just let this thing go?" And like beating yourself up about it. Cause like clearly, if it's still sticking with you, it's because there's something about that situation or experience or, ideal you're holding on to that was at some point important to you, and that's why you're still holding on to it. So, it's a good thing to kind of examine that and, really look at it. And that's definitely something I've been doing. Um, there are just certain things I know. Am I going to get over them and get past them during, kind of as a result of this first Saturn return? Probably not. There's probably still going to be something that I'm, still going to be a little bitter about, that I'm still going to be a little unsure about, that I'm still going to be a little confused about. Um, again, I have a very heavy Jupiter influence in my chart. I'm a Cancer rising. I don't forget anything. And like there's things that even for me that are just difficult to talk about and difficult to acknowledge and difficult to accept. Um, but the important thing to do is to try. And once we do learn about certain things, to address it and to, give ourselves grace and let us deal with it in hopefully helpful and healthy ways. I feel like as long as you're at least doing that, it's okay. And even again, even if you can't, even if it's too difficult for you currently, even if it's too hard to do that, you know, just the fact that you're aware means you can eventually address it, and you can, you know, solve these problems that you're facing. You know what I mean, they say it, knowledge is half the power, or knowledge is half the battle. uh, a big theme for me that was kind of part of this overall theme of transformation was like things around belonging and home and just generally being true to myself and honest with myself and really believing in myself. I've always kind of had an interesting relationship with self-esteem. Like I've always had large amounts of like self-love and confidence in myself and to a degree self-esteem, but at the same time, like I've always believed in myself, but it's always been hard to believe that other people believe in me. In experience, I've more often experienced people kind of doubting me and judging me and misinterpreting me and just generally kind of being very dismissive of me, and honestly more dismissive than anything. A lot of people have kind of doubted my intelligence, they've doubted my abilities. um and again, like I said earlier, a good way to get a Sag to really not want to be your bestie is to diminish them or try to diminish them, which makes sense. And it makes sense, obviously, during the Saturn and Pisces transit, this would be a sore spot for me prominently. Um, because not only am I a Sag, but again, I have that Pisces moon too. My moon and sun are both ruled by Jupiter. Very much the way I view myself is in a very expansive and unlimited way. I really don't put limitations on myself. That's not my natural way of doing things. That's not where my mind first goes. My mind always goes, what do I want to do? Let me go do that. And then I'll be like, oh, wait, but can I actually do that? Is that actually physically possible for me to do? I probably should have considered that first. Ooh, I mean, especially with Sag, sometimes with Sag, it's like, too late. I already jumped off the cliff. I kind of thought I would sprout wings magically, but that didn't happen. Hopefully, I don't fall to my death. And a lot of times you don't, but sometimes you do fall, and then you have to recreate a new version of yourself. Because the old you is now dead and gone because it jumped off of a cliff. So, I've always kind of been that sort of person, but again, over the years, I just kind of, you know, started letting other people's perceptions of, and not even perceptions, because again, I'll be honest, I'm not very good at even figuring out how I'm perceived, because again, I'm autistic. I don't understand other people. I'm just the whole relational thing is just it's above and beyond me. So I'm not even good at understanding other people. So, I'm always kind of like walking on eggshells around other people and kind of doubting their ideals of me and their perception of me, especially because I have experienced a lot of people just kind of openly being very uh disrespectful and uh deris- derisive of me. I don't think that's quite how you say that word, but people being very again, just dismissive and much disbelief. I'm always shocking people by the things I say, and they're always like, oh, that was so smart, or that was so unique, or I did it, I would have never thought of things that way. And low key, they're shocked that I could have said something so like insightful. And it's like, well, yeah, I'm an insightful person. That's honestly kind of my whole thing. Again, I have a lot of Jupiter in my chart. All I do is think about things all day, every day. I'm always just thinking about things. I'm very intelligent. Not to toot my own horn or anything, but low key, I don't do anything unless I know I'm going to be good at it. And that's like a whole nother issue of low key not wanting to do hard things if I don't have to. Again, it's kind of funny I have all those planets in the sixth house, but I don't like working. I don't know. Work is not my ideal of fun. And if I'm doing work, it's because it's fun. Now, granted, I also do find work fun, so I understand how people can be confused. Like, I love laboring. If I don't hate workouts. I love a good workout. Again, it's a real shame that my body is naturally the way it is, because I was very active until I couldn't be active anymore. Um, I like organizing things. I like editing things. I like just in generally trying to make things better. Just uh, any the full meaning of that word. I don't just mean like trying to make people feel better and trying to make people feel good about themselves and trying to make the world a better place and whatever that means. I just literally like to make things better. If there's a way, and this is my Capricorn Venus coming out, if there's a way to make things more efficient, I'm all over that. I love efficiency. Efficiency is one of my favorite words. One of the things I hate the most about working with other people is when people are inefficient. That sends me up a wall. And honestly, that came up a lot last year. Inefficiency. I was saying that word so much. It was like, honestly, I was slinging it around like, actually, I won't put it that way, but I was slinging that word around like I was calling someone out their name. Cause I love effort. To me, effort is a part of the beauty of life. Laboring is a part of the beauty of life. Um, I think that uh not letting my own contradictions color my own view of myself also was something that I kind of worked on and am working on. Um, not trying to limit myself because again, I've up until this point, even without other people putting limitations on me, just in anticipation of people basically trying to put limitations on me, I've put limitations on me. But I realize that doesn't help either. That doesn't work because people are just haters, honestly. And this is where we're going to get into the typical fire sign uh acting like I got haters on every block, but I low key kind of do. Again, I've experienced a lot of weird things, some inexplicable things. Like at one point when I was very young, people were really trying to get your girl up out of here. Like literally had cars gunning for me. Like low key for various reasons throughout my life, I did not think I would make it to be this old. I'm gonna be honest. I really didn't think I would live to be this old. Not necessarily because of something I would do, but just because the people around me would be so careless or the environment I was in where people were just so careless and reckless. Like I had so many near death experiences, and it's kind of funny that they have lessened as I've gotten older. Maybe that's one of the helpful things of Saturn. Um, like one thing that stands out to me is when yeah, yeah, I don't even that was a bit of a tangent. I've already accepted this is gonna be a long video. If y'all are made it this far, thank you, congratulations, I guess. You're getting all the Wayleyan lore, cause that was ridiculous. And again, that was fifth grade. My life, uh, I won't say my life hasn't changed much since then, but also with age, um, I've also gotten better at, upholding boundaries. And now when people are on some, why didn't you do this thing that wasn't your job to do? I tell them to shut up and go sit on a cactus. Cause why are you talking to me like that? You ain't gonna talk to me like that. And also, if you're on crack is rack, and don't do that. Maybe sober up before you talk to me. Let's try that. That's uh in 2025 we have so many wonderful sayings too for incidents like that, like, try Jesus, don't try me. On Beyonce's internet, I like that one. On Beyonce's internet, you're gonna say these things to me. But that is specific to the internet. Um, also a thing I like to tell people when they're just talking cash crazy and telling me to do things I'm just not gonna do is just laugh. Honestly, I just laugh because that's hilarious. They must be making a joke. Cause I'm autistic. I don't always get jokes. So I'm just going to assume when people say implausible, wild things, they must be making a joke. Because again, I don't like to assume things about people. I've had people assume things about me. It's not really fun to be on the receiving end of that. So I'm just, I am going to guess, oh, it must be a joke. Because I don't want to assume someone is that stupid and thoughtless and careless and ridiculous. I like to assume the best of people. So yeah, moving on. Just moving on entirely to a new point. I do got my notes. Um, this definitely has been a time of, trying new things, putting myself out there. And again, a lot of things started becoming physical 2018. Again, 2017 was a transformative year, and the transformation has just continued. I started playing the tin whistle. I've started learning the tin whistle. I'm not quite a tin whistler yet. I'm not a player yet. I'm working on. I'm practicing. Um, I can't wait until I get into a space where I can practice more. Uh, it sadly is, I mean, most instruments are quite loud. That is low key one of the things that kind of keeps me from practicing any of my instruments as often, is just they are so noisy. And I feel like when I'm already in noisy spaces, I'll be honest, I have a noise quota. There's only so much noise I could take in a day. And it's hard then for me to be able to practice my instruments because my noise quota is already met. Um, so yeah, but I'm working on my tin whistle. I did release Sentimental. That is a thing that happened. Um, not during Saturn and Pisces, but the release of Sentimental has kind of allowed me to be like, okay, I can work on things start to finish. I can take ideals and improve on them, and I could put things out. And the world didn't explode just cuz I made something that I wanted to make. No one else asked me to do it. I did it for myself. I did it for me. Um and then I shared it, and that happened. That was fun. You know, Ms. created Taco, the Taco Discord, the Artist Collective Discord. I'm a member of that. I participate in most of the monthly events. I mean, not every event. I'm not sure if I'll participate in this one. Not for any particular, okay, I should say not in like a negative way. Um, I just have other things to do this month. I might still do something on theme. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see how the month goes. Um, I'm kind of waiting on certain things to be honest. um, but yeah, I mean, I try to participate in most the monthly challenges and stuff, and it's fun. It's fun working with people. It's been fun trying new things and putting myself out there. Like I said, I am a expansive, expressive, and bold person. I am quite loud. I'm a talker. I got a big personality. Trying to damper that or put a hinder on that has not been very helpful. So now I'm just not doing that anymore. I am an emotional person. I think, because of the way I express affection, I actually ended up becoming less affectionate or like open with my affection because, like when I was younger, I didn't really do hugs. And I feel like that just kind of set the tone for my relationships moving forward. Not doing hugs, I guess, just means I don't do any affection at all, which is kind of a crazy assumption people make, but it's like, no, I just don't do hugs. Again, I'm autistic. And like I said, it took me over 2 decades to finally get the health care I need that is helpful for me. um Shockingly, since getting physical therapy, suddenly I can do hugs because my body is not permanently hugging itself all the time. Kind of crazy how that works. Someone probably should have, picked up on that or checked on that. But no shade to my previous doctors. Um, no shade. It's hard to work in healthcare. I get it. It's a hard field. Especially when your patients have difficulties communicating, partially because they're children. Um, but let me move on. Let me move on. Self-reflection. you know as mentioned, I am autistic. I've struggled with various things. I have a unique perspective on the world and unique ways of interpreting the world. um I also clearly I be remembering things. I wouldn't necessarily say I hold grudges, but I wouldn't not say I can hold a grudge, because that's the thing. I can hold a grudge. During this time, I definitely kind of, and it's not necessarily like I want to say had to accept like the darker sides, of my personality and myself. But I definitely kind of had to like kind of accept that um there would just always be tension in how I view myself and how other people view me, and I am in charge of dictating how I respond to that. It's that simple. And weirdly enough, living through the situations that kind of trigger that, there is can be a bit kind of difficult to accept and go through it. But on the other side of it, it is like, oh, I was tripping. Like, again, why was I taking on so much? Like, why was I putting so much, thought into some of these things? Why was I letting some of these situations just kind of percolate and become such issues when they were actually quite non-issues? Like, again, a lot of things, excuse me, that we kind of take personally are really not personal at all. Did that documentary come out during Saturn and Pisces about the Chicago Bulls. And then, Michael Jordan was on some, and I took that personally, and it became like a meme. I don't know if that happened during this time, or, during Saturn in transit. I think it was either the year before or a couple years before, but it was funny to me because it's true. I do be taking things personally. I do like to talk about, being a truth teller and taking accountability and ownership for, your own actions. And I would like to think, I do a decent job of that. But at the same time, I am human. And I've been accused of being a bit arrogant at times, and now I'm like, yes, I am. Low key, if you were me, you'd be a little bit perhaps overconfident and overzealous about your abilities to do things too. I mean, I'm just again, the chart kind of speaks for itself. I'm very good at doing very specific things, and once I find something I'm good at that I enjoy doing, I just keep doing it and I get better. I don't know what to tell you. That's just kind of honestly how life works. Um, again, I don't think of labor as labor. I enjoy working hard at things. I think it's fun to sweat. A lot of the exercises people say they hate and are the worst are my favorite ones. Like burpees, I don't know why people keep complaining about them. They're fun. I don't know why people complain about running. It's fun. Do y'all not enjoy, I mean endure, yes. Enduring difficult things is fun. But like do y'all don't enjoy just running? Y'all don't like to just get up and go? I mean, again, maybe it's the Sag in me, but I'm like, running and jumping is fun. It's like basic. That's like basic fun. That's like things you do as a kid. But maybe, I don't know, maybe some people didn't do that as a kid. I mean, I did other things as a kid too. I liked obstacle courses. And I don't need to do the extreme stuff. That's the thing. I don't like extremes like that. I don't need to do extreme stuff. I just want to do things to the point of feeling like I actually got some work done. I like to feel like I put an effort into the things. Um, there definitely were some big feelings during this transit and having to figure out how to work through those big feelings. I mean, it definitely was helpful seeing other people dealing with the same things as me and having similar experiences and voicing their similar thoughts and being like, okay, I'm not crazy. This is something that's happening, and this is happening to all of us. We are all experiencing this, we are all witnessing the same things. Noted. Okay, that's good. That's good to know. I definitely had to or not even had to, but just the thing that kind of naturally happened, sitting back and reflecting on, just life up until now. I'll be honest, there's only one dream, I guess you could say, I've had consistently since I was young. I've always kind of said I'm not a competitive person, but low key, that's just because I don't really like the social sides of competition. Like, I compete with myself. I don't enjoy competing with other people unless it's a game. Like, again, unless it's fun. I like to have fun. Again, when people get too mad serious about things, it's not fun anymore. Like, I'm not gonna compete with you over how much money we have in our bank account. It's just not gonna happen. I'm not gonna compete with you about, my relationship status. I'm not going to compete with you about, what house I live in, what my job is. Those things are so, what you value is what you value. If we value completely different things, there is no competition. Um, so I'd always say I'm not competitive. I don't really have any like specific things. Like again, I don't dream of work. I mean, I don't have a dream job. Honestly, I still don't. That is one thing. There's still some things I feel like a lot of people kind of have or like say are just kind of innate to the human experience that I can't relate to. That's just not me. Um, I have things I'd like to do, things I'd like to accomplish. But again, the only thing I've can say is like, oh, this is a dream of mine. I would like to achieve this is like my ideal place to live. I have an ideal living situation. Um, I have certain people I'd like in my life. I have a certain way I want to show up in my community. That's always been my dream. Honestly, yeah, mostly, mainly the whole it's a certain way I want to show up in my community and for my community to view me and I won't even say show up for me because when I was younger I didn't even have that part because I was still like everything I do has to be for other people. But now that I'm older, I also have the sense of, this was I guess the addition onto the dream that happened during Saturn and Pisces. I tweaked the dream a little bit. Before it was just I have a certain lifestyle I want, a certain way of living I want, certain types of people I want to have in my life while I'm living this lifestyle, and a certain way I want to show up in my community and be there for my community, and to be a representative of my community and how I want my community to view me and treat me. Um, or just like that's it, who I am to my community. There we go. Who I am to my community. But now it's like there's also a way I want my community to show up for me back. There's a certain way I want my community to be, um, just to be. It's not just like kind of vague. Um, I'm a member of the community and here's how I support my community and here's what I do for my community, but just like, well, what is my community then? Um, I expanded a bit on that idea. Like, well, what does my community looks like? Who are the people in my community? Not just like, my friends, my family, my loved ones, you know, my neighbors, but like what is our community? What does that look like? What is the meaning of community even? Is it uh like is it because we share certain ideals? Is it because we share certain backgrounds? Like is it just literally the fact that we live in the same area or region? Even how big is the region? Is it the region? Is it the town? You know, what is the level of influence you are looking for? What are you looking to influence? How are you looking to influence people and be influenced back? um that specific dream has remained, but how I treat it has changed, or I guess how I view it has changed. Something I've been thinking of is, I kind of had this thought, so I wrote it down. Basically just this idea of like being told you're unique constantly, consistently, loses its effect when you realize it's used as an excuse to not understand you. Um, like I've kind of had to accept I truly am just a unique individual. I mean, we are all unique individuals, but like the caveat of that is that means sometimes you know, in my case, often people just don't understand you. I've been misconstrued and misunderstood a lot. I don't really take it personally anymore. It is just kind of part of life because there are many people I don't understand. Um, I try to understand, but again, that's me. Honestly, that's a me thing. That is on me. I don't have to do it. I do it because I want to, but I honestly don't have to do it. And a lot of people also don't do it, and they also don't have to do it. Again, we all choose who we want in our circles. We all choose who we want um in our spheres of influence and relations. Um, but also in a similar vein, kind of in response to consistently being told, like, good or bad, people feel a sort of way about me and, you know, will treat me accordingly, but it often, whether people feel good or bad about me, has led to similar outcomes. um of just kind of like ultimately not choosing to be understanding um of me. Again, good or bad, it ultimately doesn't matter. you know they all kind of, they're almost like false uh choices, you know but in a similar vein, uh I kind of realized that the joy found in being yourself is often a little bit nihilistic. I mean, I think I've seen people talk a bit about how Sagittarius can actually have a bit of a nihilistic outlook on life and things. And, that is very much true for me. Um, ultimately, if I, people do struggle to understand me, that's not for me to take personally. I understand myself perfectly fine. If people don't care about me, that's fine. I care about myself. It doesn't really, other people just ultimately they don't matter. Their opinions don't matter. Their wants, their needs, they don't have anything to do with me. That, is out of my control. That's for them to handle. If they're not my kid, they're not my responsibility, then they're nothing to me beyond what I allow them to be. Um, you know, because again, good or bad, people are capable of hurting you, whether it's on purpose or accidental. you know, for various reasons, you're gonna have conflicts with people. For various reasons, you're going to have misunderstandings and not be able to, get along with people. And again, these are all things I knew, but at the same time, the way I suppose you could say approach these topics and situations changed a little bit, or might even be better to say that just like gets easier and got easier to separate myself from certain things and not take it personally. And also, ultimately, if so many things don't have meaning, then that means meaning comes from wherever I put it. I can give meaning to whatever I want to give meaning to. And, that in itself has a lot of freedom. And, if I use my ability to give meaning to give meaning to things that ultimately aren't helpful to me and are harmful to me, that's on me. But I also can give meaning to, things that are helpful to me and things that aren't harmful and things that are positive. Like I can either choose to believe that when someone tells me, "Oh, I really like your shirt," that they're just saying it to be nice, or they're just being polite. But also I could choose to be like, "Oh, they really like my shirt. That's nice. That's great." Um, you know, again, it's been an interesting time. It's been, a bit of a rough time. Would like to think during this transit I've learned a lot, and over the course of these next 30 some years, I will continue to learn and grow and improve as a person. I like to think I will continue to become a, better friend, a better partner to people, that I will continue to, grow and try new things and learn new things and, achieve various goals of mine, and see various things come to fruition and continue to do so. Um, I'm working on a lot of different things. I'm, planting the seeds for a lot of different things. Uh, Saturn is associated with reaping, but also Saturn is also where we build things, or where we build things that last. And I'm hoping that the things I'm working on now, kind of like before, will be things that I can see the fruits of in the future as well. Um, there is a lot that can be said about just generally my experience growing up. But at the same time, there's for me a lot of just positive things that have come out of, my just general experience of life. I think I started off this video saying I love being a woman, I love womanhood, I love being black, I love blackness. Um, and honestly, a lot of the tears I shed over the period of this time was just about that, which is why I said, 2017 was hard. 2023 through 2025 have not been nearly as hard. And it's just largely because I just am so much full of love and hope than anything else. A lot of the seeds I have planted throughout my life are coming into fruition. That is exciting. It's hard, even when there are difficulties, even with the losses, even with the grief, the continuance of grief. Um, the honestly inherent grief of belonging to various minority groups. Um, there's still so much to look forward to, and that's worth celebrating. That accounts for something. um I'm proud of myself. So yes, is this a long video? I am going to do some editing, but ultimately it is probably just going to be a long video because I'm a yapper. That's what I do. So am I going to try and be on some, oh well, I don't think people are like this. The people that need to see this will see it. The people that want to see this will see this. And, the people that want to enjoy this and will enjoy this will enjoy this. I'm having a lot of fun working on this. I'm going to do more astrology things in the future too, because, this is one of my passions. This is one of my interests. And honestly, a big thing I've learned is that when you follow your passions, you follow your heart, you follow what comes natural to you, what you enjoy, what you just can't help but want to share and put out into the world. Just do it. Even if nothing huge comes out of it, the huge thing that comes out of it is the satisfaction and joy and pride you have in, doing you and being yourself. And, low key, that is also how we feed into ourselves. You know, a big thing I think that came up with Saturn and Pisces is, the concept of you can't pour into others if you don't first pour into yourself. But part of the issue with that for me, and, really understanding that was simply the fact that honestly, a lot of the platitudes people say, I just personally can't relate to. Like, I can't really relate to you can't love other people until you love yourself. Cause like I do love myself. I love myself a lot. I have even gotten into, again, part of having my moon and Saturn in the ninth house in Pisces, no less, has definitely been, when I have felt lonely and isolated, I turn to religion. I never fully, as a child, I'll say, you know, when I was younger, I took a lot of comfort when I felt lonely and knowing that at least there was something greater than me that believed in me, that loved me, that supported me, that looked out for me. And, of course, again, over the years, my deals around that and my concept of that has changed. Now that I'm older and aware of, various things and have been exposed to different things and have learned about different things and have had various experiences, and honestly, all my paranormal and supernatural, spiritual experiences are another video all in themselves. But I've had various experiences, inexplicable experiences, literally from infanthood that I do remember because again, I don't really forget things easily. You know, like my first memory is a dream I had when I was 2, and I know I was 2 when I had it because of where I was when I had it. And also I have other memories from around that time, but you know, that's how far back my memories go and how far back my spiritual experiences have gone. So, again, I said I want to get too woo woo on here, but I'm a woo woo girl. you know, as I've gotten older and had various experiences and exposure to various cultures and ideals and, you know, teachings, um, my ideals around, you know, I guess you could say the spiritual world has changed. And while before I was just kind of, you know, one of those kids that would be like, it's okay if I don't have a best friend. At least, God is my best friend. It kind of turned to, it's okay if, no one else is, looking out for me but me. And of course, always me. I've always had myself. That's nothing. I've always had myself. I've always, even before I knew phrases like higher being and higher, or not higher being, but like higher self and, inner child and that sort of thing. I've always had a concept of that. Cause again, I've always had this strong self love, mainly to counteract the lack of love outside of myself I was getting. Um so I've always had that strong self love, but you can only love yourself so much, you know? Like we are still human. We are still social creatures. It gets very, kind of like seeing so many people around me dealing with death and being so close to the end of people's lives, and always wondering what more could I have done, you know seeing people's lives end, honestly a lot of times very close to when I've like pulled back, having that experience of, was that on me? Should I have been there for them? you know just taking impersonal things very personally. uh naturally, of course, a part of that was like taking it very personally when I struggle to relate to other people, and you know all the betrayals and miscommunications, and just again, just generally people being nasty and mean spirited for reasons beyond me. I've never dated. I mean, I've had people tell me they are attracted to me, which, isn't necessarily the same as someone telling you they love you, you know, if you catch my drift. And especially, when you are a black woman, it's, very easy to be closed off to people because, a lot of times people are perhaps attracted to your body, but they're not actually attracted to you. If I've experienced that a lot. Um, just in general, again, ownership is a big word here. Taking ownership of myself and uh my things, and my body and my experiences, um and kind of still battling with other people trying to take ownership of me and my story and my ideals of myself. Just like I've really had a lot of struggles with just people being very controlling and trying to be manipulative. And I didn't really get into it in the previous side, but I mean, you see the chart. I can part of what's been my saving grace is the fact that uh, low key, I've yet to meet someone that can match me in certain areas. I won't give too many details, um, or get too into certain things, but how to put it? I mean, my South Node is in Aries. I see this over here. My South Node is in Aries. My lot of fortune, conjunct my MC, all in Aries. And, I like to joke a lot again about the fact I probably was some kind of war criminal or something in a past life, because if I have to fight, I can and will do it very successfully, to the point where oftentimes other people step in before it even gets to that point, because they know it's not going to be pretty. I'll be fine. And again, that's Sag Mars. I enjoy a little tussle. I enjoy fighting. I literally I used to dream of war almost every day. Um, I fight all the time in my dreams, and they're not nightmares. That's just, it's, some people just like to box. I'm one of those people. Some people just, like to fight. So, the loneliness of being mistreated has largely been because, again, I enjoy fighting. Other people fight because they're fighting for their lives. And I don't know why in their minds I they set me as someone that is against their life. Because again, you see this, this Gemini 12th house. Like I don't. They're fighting demons and ghosts I am not aware of. And honestly, if they asked me for the help, I would help them fight them. Because again, I like to fight. That means we can fight together. I love that shit. I love it. You want to beat an addiction? I'm here for you, girl. We're going to beat that addiction together. In fact, I'm going to go out and get addicted to something just so we could get unaddicted together. Like, that's a little bit crazy, but that is how far I am willing to go. Like, I know it's absurd. And again, that's what I mean when I say I know I'm also an intense person. Some people got to step back because I can be a little too intense. And I fully understand and relate to that. It still hurts. It still hurts my feelings, but I get it. That is, again, that is crazy. But I will go that far. You out here, I don't know, you think you're being haunted. Girl, I will find the priest for you, or I will become an ordained minister just so we could fight that little demon or ghost that's haunting you. I don't care. And honestly, I don't even have to do that. But again, that's just me. That's just me personally. Um, I got my ways of dealing with that. We will fight that beast together, even if it's a literal beast. If someone is out here threatening you, let me know. I'm gonna make sure they know that there are consequences to that. I am perfectly fine with being someone's consequence, but I don't like having to be the consequence of people I love. If we are supposed to be a team, if we were supposed to be in it together, again, that Cap Venus and Placidus is in my sixth house, but in my um oh, what's it called? And whole sign it's in my seventh house. I love a good one-on-one relationship. you know I'm okay with it being us against the world. I don't care. Whatever we gotta do to do it, whatever we gotta do to get through it, whatever we gotta do to keep building bigger and better and stronger every time, let's go. But then to like turn away from that, when you're so willing to give so much to people and for them to be like, no, and I'm gonna throw dog poo at you. Why would you do that? That hurts. That really hurts. That hurted my feelings real bad, real bad. Um, and especially when people try to go out like with not even with a bang, but like when people try to go out s- cutting at you, because then it turns from wow that hurted my feelings. We're just very incompatible to oh you hate me, you want me to die, so now I have to, you know. I think y'all can fill in the blanks, but now we got to go to war. I don't like that. I don't like having to go to war with people that used to be allies. That's tacky, honestly. That's tacky. Low key not doing that anymore either, because I have a life to live. If I was younger, I'd be game. But now, again, I think that's one of them Saturn Pisces things of being like, I don't have to fight. Kind of going back to surrender. Sometimes part of learning how to fight, not fight life is when people want to go, let them go, even if they're going nasty, even if they're going in dirty ways. You know, some deaths are unpleasant, and it's because people brought it on themselves. Remember when we were, I mentioned earlier jumping off a cliff, realizing you can't grow wings. Sometimes you gotta let other people jump off the cliff, knowing that they didn't because they saw you jump off the cliff thinking you could grow wings, and they wanted to prove to you, like, oh, you couldn't do it, but I could. And it's like, well, sweetie, you forgot that the way I'm built, I will bounce back. You are brittle and frail and not built for the life I live. It's not going to work out for you, and it doesn't. And then they're all sad and miserable, and sometimes you feel bad for it too. Like, dang, maybe it was my fault. Maybe I shouldn't have jumped in front of them, jumping off of so many cliffs and keep coming back for more. Maybe I, showed them wrong. Maybe I gave them the wrong ideal. Maybe I encouraged them. But, like, again, also goes back to, it's not your fault, not your problem. It's none of your business. Other people's neuroses, none of your business. What other people got going on, even when they try to project it at you, none of your business. Again, getting back to a changed perspective on, you know, various spiritual things and spirituality. Um, it's definitely been interesting, kind of going from, God's my bestie to uh just allowing an ideal of not just kind of, I don't know how to put this, just basically a shift in not just allowing, say, like a single great entity to ultimately be my protector and confident and lookout, but also transitioning into allowing a broader ideal of even what and who that entity is, and perhaps even allowing other entities, like, I wouldn't necessarily say during this time I became much more, aware of practices around like ancestral veneration and things like that. But just in general, just wanting to, realizing that part of becoming close to people and allowing closeness with people is also, allowing room for various ways to have like closeness to culture. I've always had a pretty tight knit family, and it's not like we never talked about, people that have passed or ancestors or anything like that. I mean, we black people, we talk about the ancestors all the time, whether or not they're in church, no matter what church they're in. We might not necessarily do all the same things in ancestral veneration, so to say, but in various ways, we always uplift and call back to and call on our elders and our past family members. But, like, even that sort of changed for me. Um, and a thing I kept thinking of during this transit is what I learned when I was very young, when, from my parents in church. Basically, what was often taught to me is that your ideal of God and the divine is definitive on how you basically relate to and associate with power, with, you know, caretakers, with your guardians, with your important relationships, you know, how you view your parents often colors your relationship with your parents often colors your relationship with God. Um and how you view that is colored by that. But now I'm realizing and learning that's just kind of across the board. Our relationship with relations and love and our concepts around love and our ideals around love are also related to how we view things like divine love. Um and seeing how that has affected my religious and spiritual practices. Like, I'm gonna be honest, there's a period of time I was like, I don't know if I'm Jesus's friend. I'm pretty much always gonna believe in God and, the concept of a singular, in a sense, higher power. But I was like, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Jesus. I don't know if we talking right now. I'm kind of, we ain't friends right now. And just kind of, I don't want to say waffling, but just going back and forth with that. But ultimately, it just kind of had to deal more with my ideals around, or not ideals, but just like my relationship to like Christianity and, um, you know, the ideals of sacrifice and self-sacrifice and just in general, even like just generally just the history of things. um and just how to, I don't want to say accept, but just kind of honestly how to just kind of deal with some of the just inherent tensions of being religious and following certain religions and, you know being in community with people that I personally wouldn't want to be in community with, but just by the mere fact we share the same label, we are forced into community. Um, which is also kind of interesting as a black person because, like, again, I love being black. I love blackness. There are a lot of not great black people, but ultimately, being black is such a enjoyable experience. Being black is just such an integral part of who I am that it doesn't matter. But I can't necessarily say the same about being Christian. Like when I was younger, yes, I was, very, don't want to say proud to be Christian, but again, it is an integral part of my identity. And now I'm just like, I feel like I need a new word, like, because a lot of people claim to be Christian, but they're not very Christ-like. And I've always been irritated by that. But obviously, more so now, I'm like, I need a new word or something, because this just ain't it. It's kind of the same with like sexuality. I'm like, I feel like the way people talk about sexuality is so unhelpful and honestly irritating, and so many conversations are just gridlocked into ridiculousness that I'm like, I don't even honestly want to bring it up or talk about it, because I mean it's ultimately no one else's business anyways. But also, I'm just like, there's so little room for nuance online. And when people try to let that trickle into real life, I'm like, y'all are ridiculous and silly. Um, I feel like I need to end this on a different note though before we move on to the next slide. But why not? Let's move on. Ultimately with endings comes of course new beginnings. Like I mentioned, I have a lot of projects planned. There's some things I'm working on, and actually part of why I've been trying to, really work hard on and get this out is, I really want to be better about how I focus my attention on things and where I kind of put my attention. I really did like working on sentimental, but a lesson I kind of didn't quite take in was the fact that I basically devoted all my time to working on it, and that's why it came to be. I kind of, in typical Sag fashion, went, wow, that went great. Let's go do other stuff, and completely started off on new things with new techniques and new processes when I should have kept with the process I was doing before. I should have kind of kept to task. I didn't. That was probably a bit of a mistake. Um, and now I'm kind of getting back to that. I'm very good at getting kind of over eager and over exuberant when I get into new things. So I'm trying to, I've already learned to take note of basically everything. If I have an ideal, I have something I want to put into make reality, to bring into fruition, I write it down. I'm already good at that. But now I just am basically working on, okay, we have the ideals. We even have the planning down, but now we just need to execute. I'm still a little bit, I still struggle a little bit with the execution and like, I don't want to say following through because the thing that I've always said is that I'll finish it. It's just going to take a while, which is true. I will eventually finish everything. I just keep going between things. But now I'm trying to definitely work on just carrying something through from start to finish, focusing, you know, all my attention on one thing, seeing that done, and then moving on to the next thing, which honestly feels slow, but I think in practice probably will actually end up making things go smoother and more efficiently. Again, I love that word, efficient. We definitely want to be more efficient moving forward, and we're definitely working towards that. I do want to continue working with people. I've really enjoyed that. And it's again, I've kind of reminded that, oh, it's not that I was like a loner or hated team sports. Again, it was just I didn't like the people I was forced to be around, honestly. I didn't like the kind of environments I kept putting myself in. For why? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Um, maybe don't stick around in places you don't actually want to be in or don't want you in there for longer than you have to. Once you realize it's not great, leave. But don't be afraid to keep trying and keep putting yourself out there and trying, you know, working with different people. So, definitely doing that. It was the first time I went abroad in a very long time. I was talking about, I brought up 2008 quite a bit, but that was also the year we moved back to the US. Before that, we lived for a decade in Europe. Um, you know, not even getting into all that. But for I used to really love traveling, and then we moved back to the States, and I became very travel anxious. So I started traveling again. And again, that started 2018. Like I said, 2017, I was like, something's got to change. 2018, I was like, let me, reach out to people again. Let me start talking to people again. I visited some friends. Um, but even then, I still didn't really travel much. And then I went on like two big trips during Saturn and Pisces. Went to siblings graduation, and then we went to uh Japan and Korea the next year, which was really fun. Not only did I travel abroad in such a long time, it's been over a decade since the last time I went on an international flight. The last time I was on an international flight, I was 3 inches shorter. Like, maybe even four whole inches shorter. Like, it's crazy. Um, there are certain rides I used to not be able to ride the last time I went on an international flight. Um, I used to not be able to walk around places by myself. And now I've not just been abroad, but I've been to, now I've not just been abroad, but I've been to a whole new continent, one I haven't been to before. I've never been to Asia. Clearly, obviously been interested in various cultures throughout Asia. Um, I mean, in general, I'm curious about cultures. But obviously, when you do have an interest in cultures and different people, it's nice to be able to go to entirely new places. And it's interesting because I didn't really have an interest in actually going to Japan before. And I actually really enjoyed the Japanese part of the trip. Um, I on and off, I've kind of waffled with going to Korea because I'm gonna be honest, the things they warn you about as a woman going to Korea definitely were true. I did have a couple weird incidents with men. A couple, I've had a few actually. Um, you know, I feel like every other day something weird happened with the man in Korea. But also weirdly enough, again, there's a lot of weird things that happen, but also there were some things that were like serendipitous. Like, oh, which was surprising because I feel like certain things just if I was in America wouldn't have necessarily happened with men, if that makes sense. Like, usually those sort of things happen with like other women. I don't know. It was interesting, very interesting, and honestly, kind of conversation for another time. Mars was in Cancer, I think, during this time still, so I'm sure that had something to do with it. Um, but yeah, but those weird incidents didn't dampen my experience, especially because again, I'm not someone that sees what people say about their own home country and is like, "Oh, but that couldn't apply to me," or like, oh, they must be exaggerating or lying. Like, nah, I take people for their word. When the girlies tell me y'all watch out in these cities or on these streets or with these men, I'm like, noted, say less. I believe you. I trust you. You would know your own country better than me. So I was vigilant and aware of, so I wasn't really caught off guard much by anything. Um, Interestingly enough, again, kind of, call back to Saturn can bring up things that have happened before, just things that are commonplace. there again, I've, had my various health issues. I'd had my various struggles with, like, I guess kind of how I express my self-esteem or my esteem. Again, I've never really struggled with self-love, but I have always kind of, or not always, but I have eventually come to struggle with just kind of like, again, how I relate to others and my self-esteem in those regards. Like, I know I'm a nice person. I think I'm a pretty decent person, but it's hard for me to believe that other people also think I'm a decent person. Um, so, I will say definitely during this trip, I really was like feeling myself. I'm gonna be honest. And then things would happen, especially with men, that would remind me, oh, this is why I stopped acting like this. Or, this is why I stopped dressing this way. Or this is why I, you know, honestly did kind of start distancing myself from my body and, letting certain things go to the wayside and not trying to emphasize certain things because I forgot I stopped doing those things because men don't know how to behave. Um, that's crazy. But instead of before when I would like shrink in my on my not even shrink in, but like try to make myself quieter and dimmer so I wouldn't bring attention to myself so people wouldn't, treat me in certain ways. I was just like low key being an adult it does kind of make life so much easier because when you're an adult you can do adult things like as a child, if I slapped another kid for touching me inappropriately, I would get in trouble for that. But as an adult, it doesn't matter. Honestly, I can get in trouble for that, I guess. But also, more often than not, I'm not actually going to get in trouble for it. And in fact, people will actually be like, yeah, you go, girl, you show him. Or even if I do get in trouble, even if I do go to jail, again, it doesn't matter because I'm grown and I can do grown things if I want. Like, it's just the stakes are so much different. Even though the stakes are high when you're an adult, they're still different. Like, getting in trouble as a kid is just such a different feeling and experience than getting in trouble as an adult. Like, as an adult, I feel like there is so much freedom because everything is truly all on you. In a weird way, it's freeing because, like, my parents aren't going to be mad at me, or, no one's getting called to the principal office. You know, CPS isn't getting involved. Like, low key, the stakes are so high to behave as a kid that as an adult, like, shoo, you could pay people off to not sue, like, or, people just experience more shame. And they're like, you're right, my bad, I shouldn't have done that. And it's like, yeah, you were tripping, huh? And they're like, yeah, I was tripping. And, you just move on. Like, things like that are more likely to happen as an adult than as a kid, where, another kid is going to, like, take it super personally and make a whole big thing out of it. And then it becomes like a whole popularity contest. And it's like, it's crazy. And I know that sounds crazy, talking kind of uh blithely about this, the same time again we did bring up Megan Thee Stallion earlier in this video, but also I, you know, kind of thinking about how her first instinct was to protect him. And I feel like that used to be my first instinct too. But now I'm like, no, you know, one, I'm not trying to be seen as like a nice person to people that are unkind to me. Two, I view it as a kindness to allow people to face their consequences. I think one of the kindest things you can do to someone if you genuinely love them is to let them fall and let them suffer, honestly. Um, clearly through suffering, not to be on Mother Teresa over here, but through suffering, we can experience great growth. It does indeed bring us closer to God. And if that's what someone needs to change their ways, and I'm more than happy to let myself be that instigator. Um but it's so much easier to care less and not, take it personally when people do come at you when you are older. And and I'm sure it is this experience. Again, I've since infancy had people blame me for things that are not my fault or my problem. So, I can't speak for other people with Saturn and Pisces, but that's been my experience. So during this Saturn and Pisces return, I've definitely been like, eh. You're mad at me? Okay, be mad. You want to talk to me? You want to talk things out? I don't want to talk to you though. Where do you go from here? I wouldn't know because you're blocked. Is, oh, you're going to try to talk to me inappropriately? Absolutely not. That's what you're not going to do. And you bet not try to, uh, keep getting in my face because you're going to find out how little I care about prison time. You know? Um, so yeah, interesting. All that to say, Japan and Korea were interesting. Good food. I did karaoke. I petted. Actually, I did even pet the cats, but I like to keep a respectful distance from cats until they want to be petted, so that's fine. I saw some new things. I tried, or I uh went to some new places. It was cool. I can't wait to travel some more. It's kind of interesting to have gone from crying, screaming, throwing up, just to take a train ride to another state, to going all the way to another continent and being like, actually, that was not that bad. And in fact, I would like to do it again and do it again soon, please. Thank you. um, you know, honestly, the best way to, close out this part is just to say I'm drinking my water and minding my business these days. I'm a bit of a gossip. I am pretty nosy. I do like to be knowing people's business, but I think I'm now getting better at really figuring out what business I need to know. Because again, sometimes we do need to know people's business. Sometimes we do need to be a little bit nosy. Sometimes, again, gossip is helpful. It's how we've learned about our community and people in our community, and how even, not even just for the bad things, but like how we can help each other out. How we can be there for each other. Um, because again, being a human is hard, communication is hard, and you know, it's hard to figure each other out and learn how people are. But, ultimately, once we start taking on too much, that's a good indication that maybe you're, you know, crossing some boundaries and going in places you really don't need to go. In conclusion, in my notes I told the storm to back the fuck up or whatever she said. So honestly, feel like that is the conclusion. You know, we've been through a lot, we've seen a lot, we've experienced a lot. It's been a life. I've really enjoyed honestly most of it. It was kind of shaky there for a little bit. Again, these Saturn transits are no joke. I really can't wait to start talking about Saturn and Aries with my Saturn and Aries baby friends. That's gonna be fun. I hope y'all enjoy that. I hope y'all have fun with that. Just like I hope y'all have enjoyed this and are having fun with this. Uh, you know, it's been interesting. Honestly, I've always said, I mean, I've always been kind of compared to an old lady. So I'm kind of excited to continue to get older. I've always wanted to be old. The more gray hairs I get, the more excited I get, really, because I'm like, yes, finally, I'm starting to match how I've always felt inside. It's been a little rough getting there. And again, for a little while, I didn't know if I was gonna make it, y'all. Um, in various stages of life, for various reasons. You know, I cannot stress enough, and I keep saying this, but truly, they were trying to take your girl out. They really wanted me to throw myself in front of a car. And that's not even the first or last time weird shenanigans with cars happened to me. Um, that's not even including all the times people have almost drowned me. Like, it's been crazy, y'all. It's been crazy. But we're here. By the grace of God. uh oh, what do they say? Oh, I can't think of it. But yeah, there's definitely been a lot of people, a lot of uh things that have inspired me, things that have kept me going, people who, I've looked to, people that have supported me, friends, family, even just the people whose art I've enjoyed, the people who've honestly just like shared their own experiences and shared their little random posts various places on the internet, all of it. Again, I'm a very emotional person. It doesn't take much for me to feel touched by something. I save a lot of things just because I'm like, oh, this is nice. This is a nice sentiment. Um, again, obviously, I'm a Megan Thee Stallion fan. I feel like she was going through it. The Saturn Return. She put it in her music, and I'm so grateful and thankful because I've been playing the mess out of those songs. I was feeling every single one of it. I'm like, yes, thank you. This is what we needed. Um, I'm sure it's not fun having to be like the representation of how people treat black women in America and in the world, but I'm grateful that she's still here with us. And she was able to transform her pain into something that the rest of us can also use to overcome our own struggles and difficult times as well. Because again, it's universal experience, sadly. So many black women have experienced this, me included. You know, again, I'm not gonna get into some of the reasons why some of these relationships have I don't be talking to people no more. But common theme, again, Jupiter, people sometimes don't talk much about the fact that Jupiter relates to culture, which also is interesting that black people are ruled by Jupiter because we are the culture. But Jupiter relates to cultures. And there's definitely been some culture clashes. I'll say that. There's been some culture clashes. And obviously with my moon conjunct Saturn, you know, things around womanhood, you know, figuring out female relationships, that sort of thing. All very poignant. I can't really say that word, but all very prominent, important. Um, definitely came up a lot for a lot of people. So I'm very thankful to everyone that has put out music and art during this time because I've been eating it all up. Um, oh my gosh. Another person with prominent Pisces placements I should have included in my charts. Hosier. Hosier's album. Now that nearly sent me into the hospital. I can't lie. That we almost got real bad with that one, but we got over that also very quick. Ooh, they almost got me for a minute there. Hosier was wrong for that. But yeah, of course. Uh, always thinking of John Kuhn. Always thinking of him. I feel like most artists kind of have that other artist that like just inspires them so much. And for me, that definitely is John Kuhn. Um, even with the latest song Shiny put out, like how can he not be here and still putting out such good stuff? He was just such a creative and talented person, and his artistry truly was unmatched. It honestly is unmatched. We'll never have another John Kuhn. I mean, it's like we'll never have another Whitney Houston. We'll never have another Prince. Um, some people are just truly once in a generation people. I'm very thankful to have lived during the same time as, all the people who've inspired me and encouraged me, even if they're not here anymore. I mean, just yesterday, um, I was thinking about a teacher I had, and I stumped because I was trying to figure out when she passed, because I was trying to figure out if she passed during Saturn and Pisces, or the previous transit, but I couldn't find the post I found or like anything on it. Honestly, so I was like, well, that's great. That's amazing. But they're pretty much the first teacher that was like, you are, good at this. You are very creative. But it wasn't just them being like, oh, you're such a good writer. You should do this. It was, she was such a good teacher, y'all. It was just literally just her kind of being like, okay, you clearly have some skills in this, but also here's how you can improve. And like, she didn't try to, again, kind of going back to control and how so many people have tried to kind of be overextend their hand. I'll say, a lot of people have wanted a lot of things out of me, you know, not necessarily encouraging me to do the things I'm good at because I want to do it, but because they want more out of me, if that makes sense. It's like if you're a good cook and people buy you the ingredients because they just want you to cook for them. But it's not as if they care if you want to cook or if you enjoy cooking, they just want to eat your food, which can be gratifying if you are that kind of person. And I feel like I kind of felt because I ultimately am a giving person. I enjoy giving and being generous. Again, have so much Jupiter, so much Jupiter. You know, gift giving is one of my love languages, especially like thoughtful gift giving. I like showing people, I think about them, I care about them. You're not a blip to me. You are, everything. We only are as big as each other, in the grand scheme of things. No one is bigger than the other. So, everyone's equally important. But again, a lot of times when people have seen that I'm skilled at something or good at something, they just want more of it for themselves. Or, they feel like they're, pushing me into, my purpose or whatever. And it's like, just because you saw me do this one thing real good, that's ultimately not my dream, though. Because again, as I mentioned, I have one dream. I've always only had one dream in my entire life. And that's what I've been working towards. And every time people hear it, they're always shocked and they're always surprised. But I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. This is literally all I want in life, you know. But she, what she did was, she saw I was good at writing. She saw I enjoyed it, and she was like, "Well, if you want to do more of this, if you want to improve on this, here's how you can do it, and here's the steps you can take and need to take to achieve this." Um, and now that I think about it, because her advice was basically, what I am now working on, following through, being patient, taking my time, you know, putting in the effort, putting in, the extra work and research and to do things, and not low key, not just kind of letting my natural talent for things carry me, but actually, putting in the effort to study and practice and do all that good stuff. The hard Saturnian things. She was a very Saturn uh Saturnian teacher. Not interestingly, she was a Cancer. It was very much giving Saturn conjunct Moon mentor energy. She was an older woman. Again, sometimes astrology is very on the nose, and clearly she made an impression because, that was sixth grade. All these years later, I still remember, I still think of her. It was good advice. She pushed me, but not in like a pushy way or a negative way. She was just like, she saw something in me, and she was like, well, again, like, she was very much like, I can't do these things for you. You're going to have to figure this out for yourself. And I can guide you towards it. But ultimately, you have to be the one to reach out when someone reaches out their hand. Um, Again, see how those themes of Saturn just crop up all throughout life, and you just have to learn. And here I am with my first Saturn return, thinking back on that moment. And of course, yesterday I was just in tears, because, she's no longer with us. Yet another person who's been so integral to my life's journey, basically, dead suddenly, randomly. Um, but you know, I've slowly been building upon that and, exploring all these things. And now here I am, kind of finally really getting what she was trying to tell me and teach me. And that, people tend to frame things that way. But the reality is, I wouldn't be where I am now if I hadn't put in the work before. And like, yeah, there's a little bit of embarrassment in, taking time to learn some of these things and do some of these things. Like, I'm sure at various points of this video, you've probably been like, oh, you needed to learn that, or like, oh, you didn't have that figured out, or like, oh, you struggled with this. And it's like, yeah, because that was my struggles. Those are my burdens to bear, not yours. That was my life, not your life. It would take way too long, and this is already so long. And I'm sure even with editing, this is going to be quite long, but it'd take way too long to go into, again, every little thing that's has makes me me and why I am the way I am. Um, but here I am. This is me. Um, I won't even say for better or worse, it just is. Because again, ultimately, life is kind of neutral. We give it meaning. And that's the same with astrology. Astrology is neutral. We give it meaning. Um, so yeah, that is it. That is, you know, a lot of grief, a lot of hardship, a lot of heartache and pain, a lot of loss, but also the heartache, the pain, the loss, the grief, they've all led to better things. And I know people hate when people say that hardships have, reasons for happening, that, the difficulties we experience, all have lessons and meanings in them that we could find. And if we just find them, we'll be able to get through them and get better. Because for some people that's just not a helpful way to view life. But personally for me, I'm not necessarily one of those people. Um, I think that low key, a lot of things do have meaning, but ultimately we decide what the meaning is. So if you want to believe something is terrible, it's terrible. If you want to believe something is positive, it's positive. At the end of the day, it's honestly no one else's business how you are getting through your life, you know? You got to do what you got to do to survive. As long as you're not hurting anyone else, I really think it's fine. Again, it's kind of like the whole astrologers arguing about how to even talk about astrology ultimately, because that's what a lot of these conversations are like, oh, you're being too blasé about the malefics. Oh, when you say this, that's not actually what this means. Da 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 da. Like colloquialisms exist, you ding dong. Um, I'm sorry, that was a little harsh, but it is just true. Like, people are people. People communicate the way they communicate. If you're not enjoying it, get off the party bus. You know what I mean? Like, don't follow them. The internet is free. As I said earlier, on Beyonce's internet, you're acting like this. But yeah, before we completely close out, of course, cause it's me. Y'all know I got a bonus play. I gotta play this for y'all. Here are some songs that got me through Saturn and Pisces. Already Knew by Odyssey. That's a good one. I've been an Odyssey fan for a little bit. When he put that out, I say he made this for me. Starting Over, Tank and the Bangas. Y'all know I love Tank and the Bangas. I love my girl Tank. And the whole album, honestly, the whole album is good. You should listen to it. The whole album was carrying me through. But, just in case you don't want to listen to the whole album, I don't know why you wouldn't, but just in case, at least listen to Starting Over. And as I mentioned, Mr. Hosier, this song, the album when I first listened to it almost took me out. Then I listened to it again, I was fine. Like it's one of those, especially unknown it was, I could definitely tell at what stage of my emotional well-being I was by how I responded to the song. Sometimes I'd be like angry, sometimes I'd be like so sad, I'd be crying, and sometimes I'd just be laughing. It's like it's a song with a lot of duality to it. Um is it's a bit of a temperature gauge, a bit of a temperature gauge. I feel like the song has a lot of different vibes going on, which I enjoy. Because now I listen to it, I'm like, yeah, some people are better left unknown. Take that, you know. And then, of course, Cobra by Megan Thee Stallion, but the rock remix version featuring Spirit Box, as well as Hiss and Boa. And skipping down, let's also just mention Worthy from Megan Thee Stallion, all on the same album. Make that easy for you. So, like I said, I've been rooting for my girl Meg. And again, she going through things on a grand scale that all us black women have to deal with so regularly. And I'm so happy and glad she is, getting to the other side of that and that she is still here with us. Because again, if you listen to the music, it was very difficult for her. And again, I get it. Low key, her uh experience was very much reminding me of some things I went to that led up to 2017 being real not great, real not great. And even a little after that. But again, I'd say with this Saturn return, for me, I was kind of on the other side of it. I was, again, there's rehashing of old themes, but ultimately me being like, girl, get out of my face. Let's see, Landslide by the Chicks. I mean, that is the Saturn Return song, just period. 16 Carriages by Beyonce. Again, another song that came out, and I said, she wrote this for me, and I'm crying. Um, I'm stay in my feels listening to that. I Feel It All by Feist. I had to go back to some old faves. And I said, was a child and I didn't understand, but now that I'm older, I get it, Feist. I get it. I do feel it all. But also, I am going to be the one to hold the gun. And I think Feist also had a new album come out during this time. Very good. I love Feist. Feist is amazing. Invincible by Wavy, because ultimately I am a hype beast, and that is how I get hype. That, is how I pick myself up when I'm feeling down. Dreams Come True, NCT 127. That song is a gospel song, actually. It is a spiritual. Um, and if you need a little pick me up, listen to that. And then, of course, we have the gospel song of gospel songs for me, They That Wait, featuring John P. Key by Fred Hammond. I don't really need to say anything. I was once playing oh gosh, that app where people like compete to get points. They add songs to a playlist and everyone has to vote for the song that fits the theme the most. Um I love this song so much, even though I knew I probably shouldn't. I still used the song in one of the Music League. I think that's what it's called. I used the song in one of the themes because the theme was like songs that make you dance. Because I throw it back to this song. Like, is it a gospel song? Is it a religious song? Yes. But also, it's the perfect song to throw it in a circle to. I don't know what to tell you. It's an amazing song. And low key, throwing it in a circle is one of the best ways to cure depression. I was so depressed because I wasn't throwing it in a circle anymore. I wasn't listening to my music. I wasn't doing much of anything that I enjoyed. That's how depression works. So sometimes you got to force yourself to put on some good music and throw it in a circle, even if it's going to make some people mad. But are they in your bedroom? No. And if they are, tell them to get out so you could throw it in a circle. But yes, this is now the end. Thank you for watching. Um, of course, if you like this video, like, follow, uh, or I guess subscribe. I mean, follow. My socials are in my profile, and I'll have links to stuff. Um, you know, comment. I'm very curious, how has your Saturn return gone if you're currently experiencing one, either in Pisces or in Aries, especially Aries. I'm very curious. I have a lot of theories and ideals around Saturn and Aries. Low key, Saturn and Aries is the transit I've been most excited to look at and observe and study in real time. More so than my own transit, I'm gonna be honest. And I couldn't even tell you why. I'm just excited for Saturn and Aries. Maybe because it is gonna be transiting my 10th house, and clearly I've had a lot of 10th house things going on. Again, a lot of the transits I feel like should be important to me are kind of like wah, and the other transits I'm like woohoo, this is exciting, let's go. Um, excuse me. So yeah, Saturn and Aries babies, please let me know. But also, of course, Saturn and Pisces folks, let me know. How was it for you? Are you prepared for when Saturn goes back into Pisces one last time? How we feeling? How we doing? This is our check-in. Are y'all good? Are y'all doing okay? Do I need to send someone over there? Do I need to go over there? Are we fine? I hope so. I hope you're doing okay. And I'm glad you're here. Everyone watching this video, I am glad you're here. We made it. It's time to celebrate. It is worth celebrating. No matter what you've done, we we got it. It's another day under our belt, and you just get to keep putting in them notches. I'm so proud of you, and I'm so happy for you. Whatever you've achieved, big or small, even if it's just you changed your hair after maybe 30 years of having the same hairstyle. Whether or not you changed your hair necessarily because of something positive or negative happening, I'm just proud of you for trying something new and doing something new and not letting it hold you back. I'm gonna end things here because now it's just kind of getting rambly, but I'm just honestly happy to be here and happy to share how happy I am to be here. Um, I'll see y'all hopefully when I do my Saturn and Aries things, and then hopefully when I'm doing more things and finishing more things that I can actually share. So, see y'all then. Bye bye.